Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. It is I, TrooperSJP, and welcome to Foxhole Fridays, as here we are going to play the second session of Seasons of Death Winter, our Knights Black Agent solo extravaganza, short shot, a story called Out of the House of Ashes. So thank you for being here. If you would like to, we can only do this through your support. And if you would like to support us, the best thing you can do is be here. Be here, be live, hang out with us, chat with us. You can also, if you are watching us on YouTube, then you can, subscribe, give a like, subscribe, that thing that you do. If you can also re-skeet our skeet, if you do that, that will be great. You can tell people that we're going live. You can get them over here. If you would like to, you can join our Patreon, and the Patreon is awesome. It's over at Academic Foxhole, and all proceeds from that Patreon go to pay for the cast and any tech or commissions, because I like to actually pay artists rather than, what other people might do. And all of that goes to help sort of run the tech for this place. You can also give tips or bits here. And if you do, I will read out any messages you have for us at the end. We have a very special Patreon tier, and that Patreon tier is $200. There are only 4 of them, though, and $200 will pay for 4 players for one show for 1 week, and it's limited to 4 because they're 4 weeks a month. And if you are one of our special sponsors, then you will get a special radio ad and a special shout out. And we have one sponsor, and that is Will TW, who is amazing and who has taken notes and is just it's been one of the reasons why we can keep doing what we're doing. So thank you, Willen. Let me see. I think that's all. We also have a merch store, which is pretty awesome with pretty neat things, and I recommend them. Cool t-shirts, and our newest cool thing is this planner, which is for the gamblers, and it is a planner that goes from April to April from the year 2025 to 2026, but that's not why it's super cool. What's super cool is that it turns out that 2025 to 2026 is a parallel in terms of days. Look, the year in, if you're playing a campaign of Traveler using the Mongoose, or actually any system, in the year 1105, which is one of the canonical starting years, 1105 is the year 2025, 2026 in Terran Earth years, and the year, 5625. And the year 5625 has the exact same date as it turns out 2025. So this is not only a calendar that works in real life, it is also a calendar that will give you a canonical dates if you're ever running Traveler. So you can get it, and it's got cool art and stuff, and it is there. So hang out, check it out if you like. Okay, I think that's all of that stuff. So I'm so excited for our second session of this particular story, where I have way too many notes by hand. And I have a pretty amazing player who I have played with before, and I really, really enjoy playing with. And once the game is over tonight, we're going to be talking about RPGs, other RPGs, and staying up probably too late. Maybe not. We'll find out. But without further ado, I would love... It was bad last time. It was. It really was. But that's okay. That's okay, because it was really delightful. But without further ado, I would really love to introduce the player that I get to play with, that I have the honor of playing with today. If you could say who you are and who you are playing, that would be lovely.
Hello, everyone. My name is Northern Kadir, and I'm a tabletop role player, consultant, writer. It's a long list. And I've been out of practice for a little bit, so bear with me. If you want to find more information about that, you can just go onto my card, all the information there, or follow me online on Bluesky at WerewolfFeels. But the important thing is today. Today, during Seasons of Death Winter, I'm playing once again Professor, and a doctor, technically, Illyaz Farhan Abadi. Unfortunately, he hates being called a doctor. Illyaz Farhan Abadi, who is also known by a code name, the Saracen, as a CSIS, that is a Canadian Intelligence Services asset. And so far, he has gotten his briefcase stolen, traveled to London from Nairobi, witnessed a shooting, got sucked into a brain space, soul
Mm,
space
mm,
in with
mm,
a book, a copy of Dracula, uh,
mhm,
has
mhm.
unwittingly involved himself into a vampire conspiracy. Oh, right. Learned for the first time that vampires exist. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, he's forced to believe it because of the terrific amount of evidence just laid right in front of his feet. It's almost like he's been entrapped.
They might not be real.
I'm inside of a book, man.
Okay,
I'm inside of
okay,
a
that's fair.
vampire book.
Okay, that's fair. Being
I
transported inside of a book, that does. Okay, that's fair. That's
it's
fair. That's
like
fair.
at some point you just gotta just accept the evidence as it arrives, and the evidence
Yeah,
says vampires are real and you're fucked.
yeah,
And is
yeah, yeah,
currently
yeah.
still trying to prepare for a conference of which he is the main speaker, despite the fact his notes were in a briefcase that was stolen in
Yeah.
Nairobi. Did I about
Yes,
cover it?
that is correct. That is correct. Yeah, and I'm going to cause trouble. So, I just realized I had a printout of some trouble that's over there. I'll pick it up later. When last we left our no, just in case you did ridiculous things, I've got some printouts over there. Don't worry about it. But when last we left our protagonist, I say protagonist because our protagonist is a professor, and professors are always protagonists rather than antagonists. So our professor has arrived our professor was invited to a conference that was a joint conference on by the SOAS, which is a very, very famous, the School of Oriental and Asian Studies in London. It's very influential. And then also the Iraqi National Museum, and it's about it's about like the Ottomans, and it's about the sort of this medieval era. And he has been asked to be the keynote speaker, which is sort of weird considering he does not have tenure anywhere and does not tend to stay anywhere for very long. Tends to be a bit of a rambler and a gambler and a rolling stone for some reason. And anyhow, he's here at this conference. At this conference in London at the Hotel Cafe Royal, which is an exceedingly expensive and very secure hotel. And as it turns out, it just so happens that because he's in this hotel at this conference, he got through customs pretty easily, so people did not pay attention to his briefcase, which has a lot of mysterious things in it that was not originally his briefcase, that was given to him by his handler, by the way, who had gone missing for a while.
Yeah.
Our dear professor, has not been working in intelligence as an asset for some time because his handler just sort of went missing about 2 years ago or so ish,
And
right
then
around
he
then.
popped up on a street in Nairobi,
Yeah.
bumped into me, stole my briefcase,
Mm,
replaced it with his
mm,
briefcase, got shot dead.
mm.
And then
And then
taken in a
pulled.
van.
Yeah, you can't have bodies around on the streets. Yeah, weird. Um, yeah. So, not to be worried about anything, but the briefcase had files from a Canadian uh, Air Force general who was working with NATO, uh, and who was seeing evidence of some kind of questionable conspiracy. People diverting funds, blood going missing, weapons going missing, secret air flights coming out of NATO bases. And he's like, oh, there's something really bad going on here. Now, our handler seems to have acquired this dossier, this laptop full of information, and was doing searches. And those searches seem to indicate that our handler thinks there might be something like vampires out there, or the thems. Weird. But he's shot, so I wouldn't worry about it. He was, however, tracking down. It seems as if this handler was trying to figure out things about this conspiracy, trying to follow the threads. And it seems as if this dossier that he stole from this Canadian general is one of the threads he was trying to follow. And in this dossier, one of the things that was being looked at the moment was a man named Arkady Shevlenko. And Shevlenko is he was the last handler of Kim Philby. Kim Philby being one of the famous Cambridge Five, a group of five really, really high-ranking intelligence agents that all went to Cambridge, Oxford, Cambridge, basically, and they were all double agents for the Soviet Union. Awkward. awkward. So like famous
They were
traders.
good old
And
boys, really. Yeah.
yeah, like everyone would trust them. Yep. Oh yeah. But also, Kim Philby's father, St. John Philby, or St. John Philby, was one of the architects of the modern Middle East, and also he hung up with Lawrence of Arabia, Gertrude Bell, there's a whole crew of these folks that were influential in overthrowing the Ottoman Empire, sort of like basically supporting and backing an uprising against the Ottoman Empire. And St. John Philby is also thought of as a traitor because rather than backing the person that the British government wanted to be in charge of the new Middle East, he actually backed somebody else and then became that person's advisor and then stayed in Baghdad his entire life, converted to Islam and was like, so there was some questions there, but he also did some archaeological work, taking samples of the river of Jordan from very specific places, looking for some lost cities. And he had been doing some mysterious things archaeologically back in the day. Interesting. And this man, Arkady Shevchenko, was the last handler of this guy, Kim Philby, before he died. Rumor has it he might have even been around when Kim Philby died. We don't know about that. He also, besides being an old spy, well, maybe yes, or at least it looks like it looks like he's feeding intel to the CIA, is what it looks like. Intel perhaps linked to this conspiracy, perhaps, which is interesting. And it also happens coincidentally, it's just so fun how coincidences happen. The conference that our dear professor has been invited to happens to be in the exact same hotel, the Hotel Cafe Royal, that a very, very important UN global trade conference is taking place in. And this trade conference is one of these things that happens like, once a decade, perhaps. And everybody who's anybody is at this conference. We've got diplomats, we've got leaders. It's like a big, big deal. And it's all about trade policy and trade between nations and countries and setting the trade policy for the next decade or so. And it's taking place at the exact same hotel. Why? Because this hotel has extremely tight security. And as our protagonist, as our hero has arrived, he realizes that all of London is super, super tight right now, which means heat's bad. Everyone's looking at everybody because there's like a bunch of princes and vice presidents of economics, like everybody's here, including Arkady Shevchenko, who is now apparently some kind of gemstone and mineral rights economic person for the Russian government and who is here at this conference, coincidentally. So, after a conversation with his psychiatrist, I guess, our our protagonist, he went to a cafe right next to this hotel. And in this cafe, when last we left off, he ran into Albert Carpenter. Albert Carpenter, who recognized him, is the CSIS, the Canadian Intel Service. They're sort of basically chief of, like, various intel services usually has somebody who's in their representative for that intel service in this city or in this location. Sometimes that is secret, sometimes it's not secret. In this case, because CSIS has a good relationship with the UK, Five Eyes and all of that, it is not a secret to the British government that he is here, right? He is here in an official capacity, but he's been here for ages and ages and ages. And our hero has met him before because our hero has been based here in the UK off and on in various moments. And in this moment, they happen to be at the same cafe, which is the one the closest to this very, very expensive and highly secure hotel. And our fellow says, "Oh, what are you doing here? I didn't expect to see you," and invited him to tea. And that is where we left off. It is day one of a 4-day conference. Well, technically 2 4-day conferences. Our hero has hidden some very important documents, but has not had a chance to take some time for himself. He's got some letters, some messages, and he's now got a Canadian agent having a chat with him. And so let us pull back the curtains and begin. It is this particular cafe is bustling and loud, noisy, and busy. It's one of these places where there are people everywhere, but it is so loud because it's there's like a massive, massive, this whole place is packed, right? Like there are people everywhere, security, everything, like press. It's just like so busy and so full that this place, of course, is just getting in and out traffic, and it is so loud that it would be very difficult to surveil people's overhear people's conversations because it is just too loud, right? If you are in the same table with somebody, you can have a kind of a low volume conversation, and nobody in the area is going to be able to hear you because it is just too loud.
As we do this, as I take him to a table,
Mm.
because this is just too many coincidences for me to be comfortable, I'm gonna take a glance at like the bank of windows that we're looking at, and is anybody staring at Albert as if they know him other than me? Can I do can I use a tradecraft or maybe streetwise for that?
Oh, well, there are different ones you can use here, actually, right? There are different ways, and they'll give you different bits of information. You've got sense trouble if you're wanting to see if somebody is like meaning you ill intent right now, which is one thing. Streetwise and tradecraft would give you different bits of information, actually. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. I am not going to sense trouble just yet, but I will use some investigative abilities.
Okay, I'm good. I'm happy with this. What are you looking for? This is not what
I'm looking for other possible spies that have been sent to watch our dear friend, even if they cannot hear him, if they're tracking his movements. I'm looking for people who might know who I am, and notice that relation together, because even just sitting together might attract the wrong kind of attention if they're already aware. I'm looking for awareness is really what I'm looking for.
Okay. Which skill are you wanting to pull upon first?
Let's go with tradecraft.
Okay.
Observance.
Yes. As you scan, there are a couple of things that stand out to you when it comes to tradecraft. One is there are people who are clearly intelligence agents who are at this cafe, not paying attention to you, but having meetings with other people. You would not say that this is a spy cafe, but what you would say is that this entire conference is clearly an opportunity for spies to trade info, to spy, right? To get info, trade info. And it's like imagine if there's like it's not exactly correct, but like what do you call it? Like a professional conference. This is not a spy professional conference. It's a world trade diplomacy, State Department kind of professional conference, but State Departments always have spies embedded in them. So it's one of those things where you can see like, oh, that person's probably an agent coming in, getting coffee, walking back out, right? You can tell that there's a large number of people who are in intel, who are in and out. Nobody seems to be paying much attention to you all. Within a spy context, within a tradecraft context, nobody seems to be paying that much attention to you. And this seems to be sort of like a place where people are quasi off the clock, right? Like this is not where their assignments are. Let's put it this way, right? So they might be doing some like catching up or chatting, grabbing things and moving, but you get a sense that but also, and I think it's really important to note, they are not the vast majority of the people here. They're also clearly diplomats. Well, I would say probably better, maybe low-level diplomats, secretaries. There's like a lot of entourage and retinue who are running about, and this seems to be a place where they like to come and go, probably because the people they work for are not here for the most part, if you know what I mean. So it's like a very sort of like a dense amount of people. So tradecraft-wise, what you get the sense of is there are people who are here. This is going to be a great opportunity if you were in the biz, right? This is what I would say. But it does not seem to you as if people are in a tradecraft sense, paying attention to you. That's what I would say.
Streetwise, because we've been dealing with too much Bratva and others. Well, possible Brav. I don't know for sure. Are we? Are we looking at people looking to cause trouble today?
Well, that's a different question. That's a
Mm-hmm.
different question.
Different skill.
Different skill, different question, different information. So, as you inside this cafe, there are no Bratva here. There's no criminal element. As a matter of fact, it would be. I'm going to give you two answers and then an opportunity. Let's say that. The first answer is there is so much police presence in this space, and they have got brand new cameras everywhere, and it is such heightened security that no intelligent criminal would ever be caught dead anywhere near here.
This is not London. The most CIC covered city in the world. You're telling me it's more than usual?
Yeah, they've added a lot more extra cameras because of this conference.
Great.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is so high alert, and they've actually also brought off their the British version of the special forces, not that the SWAT, they have the, I can't remember what it's called, but the British have a SWAT unit that actually are allowed to carry guns, and they're also patrolling about in this area near the hotel. So it would not make any sense for any regular sort of criminal to be anywhere near here. They're probably on vacation, is what I would say in terms of what makes sense to you from Streetwise, your knowledge. Observationally, that might be a little bit different. But I would need a push for that.
You want to push?
I do. Well, that's if you would like to know a bit more.
I think you can have it.
Oh, thank you. You have 3 pushes, and you are now giving me one of them.
I've got 2 pushes left.
So, as you sort of scan, because again, intellectually, there's no reason why any sort of criminals would be in this area at all. Probably not, right? And as you scan, you catch out of the corner of your eye through the big windows, these sort of beautiful windows, you catch someone. And this person you were looking to see who was looking at you. This person is not looking at you. They are sort of heading down the street with their head down, and because it is cold out, because it is winter, and they've got this sort of their collar up. But the way that they're loitering a little bit, they pull out a cell phone. You recognize it's like a burner phone model, right? And you recognize just little things about them, oh, this is definitely Bratva. There is a Bratva person who is, I wouldn't say observing you, but I would say observing the hotel that you are right next to, right? That they are loitering about, and they are casing the joint a little bit. But what I would tell you is this, that's weird, right? Yep. There's no good reason for them to be exposing themselves this way for just regular business. But yeah.
Over under on being one of the same lovely folks I saw shoot and kill Marlowe and drop him into that van.
Ooh. It's a good question. Do you want to know the answer to that question?
Good gravy. I would. I
just want to know.
Unless it costs me another push.
It doesn't cost you another push. I'm just asking if you want to know, though.
I do want to know.
Okay.
I'm weak.
If you are weak, then the answer is yes. That is the answer to that question. Unfortunately, you do recognize one of them. Let me just pull us over here for a moment so we can see it. I've just added a new edge here. I am going to, you my friend, have got an edge. So sad for you. I am so sorry. Uh,
No.
yes, I'm going to make this Anton because I quite like Anton as a font, and we're going to make
Only
this
you can
bold.
make an edge, which is a good thing. It's a bonus for me. I can use it for
Mm-hmm,
things. Sound
mm-hmm,
like a bad thing.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Let's see. Discard. Ooh, too big. What was it? 32? Let's make this a 26. And we're going to say, let me get this right here. Spotted them. That's too tall. Too tall. So you, my friend, have recognized this guy is one of the guys that was in Nairobi that did a little
Hmm.
bit of, you know, shooting, as you sometimes do. And this guy, let me put this right. You can discard this to get a free die. Discard to get a free die in a test to tail or locate. Uh, uh, I'm going to say the Bratva, but really I mean this guy right here, and it's a little bit more
Yeah,
complicated than
yeah.
that.
I've
But
got you. I've got you.
yeah, a little bit more complicated because it will not apply to all of them. Let's put it that way, but it will apply to some of them. So let's just note that for a moment. I'm afraid to tell you that unfortunately for you, yes, this is the same person, and also, how do I put this? In terms of what you can think about this, in terms of implications, um, this person was not here before, so they are probably not based out of London, right? You know that the Bratva is basically everywhere in Europe where you can do various kinds of smuggling and traffic and crime. Um, but that means they have multiple assets in multiple places. And for some reason, an asset that was over in Nairobi is now currently here, but is mostly paying attention to the hotel. Sort of doing a bit of
I'm not
a
being tracked yet.
no, they're sort of tracking something. They've got interest in this very, very, very high security hotel.
I got you. I got you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have to admit, I really am surprised to see you here, Albert.
Oh,
I guess I
you
shouldn't
shouldn't.
be.
No, you shouldn't. But actually, I'm surprised to see you here. Tell me, what are you doing here? Not that I'm uh, sad to see you, but
I mean, I've taken a look
a bit
around. No one can
surprised.
hear us. You can tell me. What am I doing here?
Well, I didn't call you. Why are you here?
The conference. I thought it was you or one of one of your folks, maybe the circus. There's a conference about uh, well, the area around Mesopotamia through Iran. It's done by the museum SOAS. This is all news to you. I thought because it
Yes.
was running out of the same place as the trade
Oh,
thing that one of you folks would have called me.
no. Um,
If
hmm.
he can tell, if he can tell through lies, by the way, I am indeed lying. I know for a fact that he is not involved in whatever this is.
Yes, and he's like you can see what he's trying to do. He can tell you're being deceptive, but doesn't even mean he knows what the truth is, right? He knows that you're being
Hmm.
evasive. And you can see that he was generally surprised to hear about this conference, which clearly was not on his radar. And is he sees that you're being evasive about something. He doesn't know what, and you can tell that he is, I don't want to say the word suspicious. That's not the right word, because suspicious implies that he thinks that you are, like, you might be dangerous or something, you know what I mean? But he has a decent relationship with you. It's not like you don't have a very close relationship with him because he kind of knows you through your handler.
He's
but
alertive a little bit, a little bit on. Yeah, I got it.
he's trying to figure out what's going on here. Like, it's like there's clearly a mystery. Like, your evasiveness says to him, mystery, right? And he's like, mystery, what is this about, right? So you can tell that he's got like there's something in there where he finds,
Sorry,
gesundheit, I was sneezing all last week. He finds your evasiveness, how do I put this, interesting, right? As opposed to threatening or
yeah.
suspicious, but it's interesting to him. And he says, so you are here for some archaeology conference. Is that the only reason why you're here?
Yeah, hold on. And then I'm gonna actually pull out, because I would have gotten one now. My conference ID that was probably waiting in my hotel room, and slide it on over.
Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Are you here with Marlowe?
Marlowe? I thought he disappeared. Is he back in the fold?
Well, I did get a word from him that he would be in town, which I found somewhat surprising. He did want to meet with me. Um, I haven't heard from him yet. I don't think he's arrived, but then I see you, so I thought that perhaps maybe you two were doing something.
Clearly, we're both dancing around the subject a little bit. I'll say this. I didn't get to meet Marlowe, but I did run into him a touch. And then I saw him get shot.
Excuse me.
Yeah, in Nairobi.
Who
I'm
did
pretty
it?
sure
Do
he
you know?
wanted me to do something for him. No. Well, maybe Russian, I think. Pale as hell. And they had just arrived, but they were already set up. Guns, van. Can I push reassurance?
You don't need to at the moment, because he's
I
not
don't need to.
resisting. Yeah, he's not resisting. The push is if there's going to be some kind of resistance for it, you know what I mean? But at the moment, he's not got guards up. Do you know what I mean?
I'm going to use reassurance then, just to
Yes.
like, this is all my cards on the table.
Yeah.
We're not putting all the cards on the table, but this is all my cards on the table. Reassurance.
Yes. Yes. Like, you would only have to push reassurance if there were some block that need to be removed first, you know?
Sure.
But
Gotcha.
he's not particularly hostile to you, so that's not really a problem. I wonder what he wanted. Did he give you instructions?
He whispered it in my ear, "I'll meet you in London," and that was the end of it. I mean, I've had a really hell of a time getting here. My briefcase got stolen on the way over.
Oh,
Almost thought I missed my flight.
do you need anything? Can I help?
A change of clothes and a toothbrush would be nice, along with, everything else. I doubt you have much notes upon ancient Mesopotamia, but if you do have them, I'll happily
No,
take them.
I don't. I can get you. I can get you a few changes of clothes and I can get things sent over to you. No problem. That would be easily done. I'm sure
room
I have
119 in the cafe.
119, and I'm sure that I have. That's pretty rich for an academic conference. But just what are you? Just any sort of slides or a piece of paper. Write down your measurements, and I'll make sure everything is tailored. Are you presenting at this conference?
Headlining, actually.
Oh, well, congratulations. I will. When is your presentation? It's tomorrow.
It's. I'm not.
It's tomorrow
sure.
because
Hold
you never
on.
want to have the keynote on the very first day when everybody's still arriving. You know what I mean? So you want to come in on the second day for them.
It seems to be just after morning tomorrow. Looking at the schedule.
Well, I will make sure that we get you what you need. So you're not here professionally, I guess.
I could be, if you'd like. I mean, I assume if Marlowe wanted to meet me in London, he wanted me to be here professionally. I just don't know for what.
Huh. Well, unfortunately, he did not tell me either. That said, it's a pretty... I'm only here... I'm here for damage control, shall we say. I'm just making sure
Whose
that...
damage you controlling?
Well, I'm just here to make sure that the various Canadian uh, defense contractors, only sell their missiles and bombs to the right sort of corrupt nation rather than the wrong sort of corrupt nation, as you know. Um, it's just making sure that state interests are served when people are running about doing their trade as they are wont to do, which keeps me quite busy. Um, Watching people and making sure they don't get silly when they're drunk.
Is he being fully forward with me? You know, if I could detect, I don't know, his bullshit, would it seem?
That's a complicated thing to answer. What I would say to you is what he's saying is true,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, when he says that that is his job here, then he is not lying to you.
Of
That is
course not.
true. That is honest. Um, you do get the sense that he's probably holding something back, but the what he's saying, that wording is careful, right? That what he is here for, what his job here is to sort of look out for Canadian governmental interests to make sure that the Canadian capitalists who make weapons do not give the weapons to the wrong people that the Canadian government does not like. Uh, that's true. That is his job here. But you do get the sense that there is something else, right? He has other things going on. Perhaps there's something he's being evasive about.
I'm as I'm talking to him, I'm just writing down on this piece of paper my measurements, and my measurements are Arcady seems to be leaking to the CIA. Arcady leaking to CIA, connected to Bratva, question mark,
Mm.
circled Bratva, watching us.
Uh,
That's my measurements, and I wrote down the room number just in case.
oh, and he
Okay.
looks at it, he just looks at it and he sort of nods and shakes, and he looks to you and he kind of mouths. You can see him mouthing words, and the words he's mouthing seem to be measurements, right? That are not what was written down, but like you can see him sort of like thinking to himself out loud, right? Where he doesn't say anything, but if anybody were watching and reading lips, then what they would see is, right, him sort of mouthing sort of measurements. And he looks at it and he nods, and he just sort of leans up, right, so that his uh, hand is obscuring um, his mouth for anyone who might be outside, so they wouldn't be able to read lips in case. You never know, just in case. And he
Yeah,
goes,
yeah, yeah.
uh, um, I know this person. Uh, and he just sort of like taps with his other hand and hits Arcady. Like the name just taps it. Like, I know him, not um, personally. He's at the conference here. He's staying at the Russian embassy, and he is always surrounded by FSB security minders. He's speaking at the trade conference this evening, as a matter of fact. Um, hmm.
Yeah, I know. Really, honestly, shocked me to see him again. It's been ages. I thought he was a journalist. And as I'm doing that, I'm typing on my phone,
Mm-hmm.
but in such a way that he can see the screen if he's looking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Information passed to me through Lenart. And
And
after the word
you can see
Lenart,
him like processing, right? Like you can see him when you give him these things, he's just like thinking to like it's what he's doing is just, you can think he's like, name, where do I know the name from? Like he's like cross-referencing in his mind. Do you know what I mean? Like the kinds of like, do
I
I know
wait
this? What do I know about it? Right?
I wait 3 seconds for him to to
Mm,
to fully process that, and then I
mm-hmm.
I go into the special keyboard and pull out
Mm-hmm.
one of those little crucifixes that you use to denote if
Mm-hmm.
someone's dead, and
Yeah,
then I
yeah.
place it beside his name.
Hmm. He nods. He goes, "Oh, that's right. The old boy was lost, as what I was heard.
Yeah,
Um, Questions about who did it. Um, and he sort of points to Bratva and he goes, that club you mentioned, they have a small presence here in London. but they would not settle because it's not really their territory. Mostly local vice, human trafficking, perhaps, not particularly significant in the city. I haven't really come across them personally, not had to deal with them in my line of business, but I do know the movers and shakers in town.
He's still covering his mouth, right?
Yeah,
Ish.
he is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not.
And
Uh,
it's just like this kind of like a just one of those things where like if they're on his left side, it's just this thing where it'll garble whatever kind of messages.
oh, actually, yeah, of course, I'll get. I nod like I'm understanding, and I am
Mm,
processing and understanding. Oh
yeah.
yeah, of course. I should give you an extra key. Hold on, I think they gave me
Mm,
two, and I pull out. Indeed, I pull out an extra key, and I just keep it to the
mm,
side. But I
mm-hmm.
accidentally take out my boarding pass,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Mm-hmm.
point. So as you can see, it's
Mm-hmm.
right here. So if you
Ah.
follow right through here, you should be fine.
Mm, mm.
Yeah, and then
I
I
see the
pass
name that you
both
use,
over.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I see the name that you use. No, it sort of just picks it up and just like puts it in his inside pocket. It looks very, very sort of casual. Pulls out a bit of a cigarette and he realizes he can't smoke. And he laughs and he just puts the pack down. And he goes,
it's a bad habit, mate.
yes, I know. Well, always when you smoke, it's always something interesting there you can find. Um, and there's something happening with him, right? There's like a, um, your bullshit detector shows that there is still something he's being evasive about, but I wouldn't say it's not like he's hiding something from you, but there's just something going on in the background that your conversation is pinging that is not to do with you, but you're kind of putting yourself into it that he's not sharing. If you know what I'm saying, it's like you're mentioning some keywords and he's like, oh, I know those keywords. Right. But it's not necessarily that he's sharing these things with you. So you can tell he's being evasive about something, but it's not. I wouldn't put it in a. You don't get the sense that he is uh, specifically hiding things from you, but this is like a thing he just doesn't. He's just not talking about. Let's say, generally speaking.
Sure, 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 sure.
Uh, this there is a public schedule for that person you're looking at, and he sort of taps where the paper was in that same gesture. The paper is no longer there because it's in his pocket. That would sort of indicate Arkady
Yeah, I
Shevlenko.
got it.
Yes, because he does have a public schedule, and if that's if you wanted to see his movements while he's here, at least the public parts of it.
I mean, that's the difficult thing when it comes to exes, right? Do you think he'd
Hmm.
really want to run into me? Is the thing.
Oh, I don't know. I would say if you have no business with him, there's no need to seek him out. Um, do you have business with your ex?
There's so many layers to that question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And at this point, it's my hand that starts covering my
Mm-hmm.
mouth. All I know is that that was the last name that was passed to me before everything happened, and now a Russian is showing up again, the same one, outside of my hotel. There's a lot of connections
Marvelous.
here, and I'm just not fully able to tie it together.
He was looking into it. Interesting. Hmm. Well, you did say that you might be able to help me with something.
Of course. I mean, I'm only talking for one day. I feel like I've got plenty of other things to do.
Tonight, I was wondering if you might accompany me to an event, an
Of course.
appointment. It's this evening, around 7:30 or so. Um, I could pick you up out here. It's just a few hours. I could use backup.
I hope you don't mind me being not dressed for the occasion, because this he points to like the very rumpled
Mm,
sort of linen shirt, because it's been
mm-hmm.
flying. It's got
Yeah,
creases everywhere,
yeah,
probably sweat stained a little bit. You know, the tweed
yeah.
jacket. He looks a bit disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
What you got is what you got.
Oh, no worries. It will be mostly in a car. It won't be anything fancy you need to dress up for. But if you've got this conference, let me go and get a suit sent over to you right away so that you have something for whatever else you've got going on this evening. I would appreciate it. So I think you'd
Of
be
course.
a good partner for this particular appointment tonight. I'll pick you up.
Absolutely. Oh, listen, Albert. Given that you were taken by surprise, I would hope, and you know, the hand is down now.
Yeah.
The conversation has shifted. His shoulders are back. He looks very relaxed, because he's going to tell the exact truth here,
Mm-hmm.
but use it to mean something else.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope keeping, you know, my reveal a surprise to my ex. So I'd appreciate you not telling anyone I'm in town who doesn't already know.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. I have no reason to tell anyone anything. And when he says that, you get a sense that he's talking about somebody else, right? That this, whatever it is that he's being evasive about, um, the target of the evasion is not you. Like when he says, I have no reason to tell anyone anything, you get the sense that this is about him withholding information from other people or knowing something that other people who are not you don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like there's like he's got some kind of operation or something going on that has to do with other people, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm not telling those people anything, right? Like there's like that's the kind of the vibe you get, that there is a he is definitely being evasive and shady to some group of people or someone over there, right? And that there's a
Hmm.
sense that you are how do I put this? Uh, you are someone off the books. You're somebody that whoever he's thinking about, does not know. Like when he says, I won't tell anyone anything, you're like, right, what he means to say is, or what the subtext is, they don't know you exist right now, and that's very convenient for me, because that means you cannot be tracked, right? So there's a way in which like people not knowing about you seem to be like an ace in his pocket, let's put it that way, right? And that's the vibe you're
Absolutely.
getting. And so like you're getting a bit of a like his evasion is becoming a little bit more clear to you in some sense, that he's playing a game with somebody else, right? So there's an evasiveness going on that is that you're running into, but at least for now. But it's possible that he might tell you more about it later. But at the moment, like there's a game going on somewhere else, and that's what the evasiveness is. You're kind of like a collateral damage in that evasiveness, right? At least
Yeah, yeah,
in this particular moment, yeah. But you do like it's entirely possible that whatever it is, he might tell you about later. But
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Pay for the cup, Albert. I've got to head to a
Oh,
Boots and grab some things before I get ready for
of
tonight.
course, of course. Yes, I will pick you up 7:30.
Yeah, just about here, right?
Yes. My car will be a little bit not the regular car I drive, darker, a little bit more boring. And he sort of smiles to himself with that a little bit. He goes, you drive well, yes?
I can.
Good. And he goes, all right, old bean. And he stands up and he goes, just keep your eyes out. And we can talk a bit more about this later. And he gives you a wink. And he has this vibe about him, like having met you here right now, is like really good. Like when he's happy to see you, because like you had like a pretty pleasant time in the past, but also it's like he's like, you've told him some disturbing things, which he's like processing and like just sort of accepting that right now. But he seems to think like he's gotten a good move in a chess game, right? He's like, so he seems pretty excited about this moment.
It's the moment where
Oh.
you think someone's made a failed gambit and you might
Mm-hmm.
just have the right opening. Yeah, yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
And he goes,
I'll see you later.
Yes. And he smiles and he goes, Savile Row's not too far away. And you can tell he's going to go and get you. He's going to get you suits. And what's interesting is uh, it'll be an interesting thing if he calls somebody, but you do not see him make any calls. You see him sort of head off himself down that way, and you think, huh, he's probably whatever is going on here. He's probably not going to go to his official contacts to get you things, right? Sort of keeping you.
No.
He'll probably do it himself, right? To keep you removed from, not to tip anybody's hand, let's say.
Which is good. I'm going to turn off my phone, but I'm going to quickly glance in its screen and check out behind me. Is that tall, strapping, pale-looking fella still waiting by the door?
He is checking his watch. He's looking. He's waiting, and this is when there's a bit of movement, and you can see him sort of fade back into like a doorway as like a number of cars, like limos, start with tinted windows, start rolling up towards the hotel. And there's like they're coming in and out, but these ones sort of come in, and that seems to be what he's most interested in. And it's about like it's probably like 5:30-ish at this point in time, maybe 5:35, getting close to 6. And that is what you notice, that he's still there, but he doesn't even register Carpenter Albert when Albert leaves, because he's mostly sort of like looking for something else. And when these sort of dark tinted limos sort of show up, that seems to be something he's looking for.
Yeah, on my way out, I'll pass him. And head towards a pharmacy and pick up some things. Very normal stuff. And I'll check has Faisal called?
By the way, I just need to let you know, because of the ways in which you succeeded back in the last session, wherein they did not clock you, you can tell he does not recognize you as you pass by him. He doesn't have any sort of scent of recognition of you. He doesn't even really pay attention to you. You are clearly still at this point off his radar, right? And it's one of those things where as you pass by him, you can sort of just check to see if he's sort of made you, or if he remembers you, or if there's something, right? And he doesn't have any recognition of you just yet. So you clearly did a good job back in Nairobi, and so far sort of staying off of visibility.
It's good to know that, when you're out of practice, still, old dog has learned the tricks. Can I flip this contact card?
You may.
Oh, well, there you go. Albert Carpenter, CSIS liaison. London, Canadian Intelligence's liaison to MI6 in London. Tradecraft accounting. I do not have accounting. Bureaucracy. I also don't have bureaucracy in high society. I also don't have that. That should be handy. That should be really handy.
You can ask him for favors and information about those sorts of things, and he's also good at networking and surveillance.
I'm glad. I am glad. Because if there's one thing I haven't managed to do yet, it's get tenure, which means clearly I have suck at bureaucracy. I apologize to all the academics in the audience.
Because there's a lot of email. These limos, right, are sort of coming in as you're sort of passing by him to go to the pharmacy. And they do have diplomatic plates on them, of course. These are sort of state plates, government plates. Do you drop into the pharmacy, or do you wait to see who comes out? There's like a bunch of people.
I think, because I have a feeling I know who's coming out, I think I will drop into the pharmacy and I will check out this burner phone that I just pickpocketed. Oh, that's right. I'd like to use my edge sleight of hand. I can discard to retroactively declare that I palmed some small object, a key, a memory stick, a credit card, a poker chip, a burner phone that was mentioned in an earlier scene. And as we're moving to the pharmacy, and I did mention I passed him, and I did that because I'm a bit tricky like that.
I see.
I palmed that burner phone. I want to see what he's been taking pictures of and who he might have been calling.
Okay. You have stolen this guy's burner phone using your edge mastery. That is amazing. But I cannot let this pass without some kind of epic description. I need you to describe how, in a very epic way, you do this, because this is awesome. I need you to know. I need to know how this happens because it's too good.
You described him descending a bit into like a shadowy archway.
Yeah.
And
He's smoking, by the way, just so you know. He is smoking.
Of course.
Obviously.
Of course. Not all of us can be quitters. It's fine.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I breathe in the cigarette smoke a bit too hard. And as I cross the archway, I purposefully stumble and grab the edge of the archway right in front of him before coming up. Apologies, mate. And I pat him on the shoulder and my hand just slips a bit down before quickly I'm clutching my stomach a little bit because I've probably thrown up, and I keep on walking down. Just another drunk person wandering out of a cafe at 4 p.m., which is not that unusual.
Yeah, it is not. Unfortunately, in the UK, they like to get drunk early. And it's true, though. At least when I was there in the 90s, they got drunk real early. And you have this burner phone in your pocket, and you're in the pharmacy. And what do you do?
Well, first off, he's been taking photographs. I know that. So the first thing I'm going to do is look through his photographic gallery and check to see what has he specifically been taking pictures of. I mean, I know he's been taking pictures of the hotel, but who has he been watching? Has he been focusing specifically on certain rooms from the outside in the hopes of seeing inside? And then the other thing I'm going to look for is methods of contact and who he's been in contact with, if he's been in contact with anyone yet. It's a risk to do it this early. I could have waited a little bit, but I don't know if I'm going to meet him exactly again. So take the opportunity when you can, right?
Let me know what skills you would like to bring to bear to this as you're going through.
Absolutely.
Because they will give you different information. You know what I mean? I just want to know. I want to know how you're thinking as you go through this phone.
I'm going to use. Well, I think as this is taking over a long time, and I'm walking through a pharmacy, scrolling through this phone as if it was my own, putting random things in a basket. I'm trying to make sure there's toothpaste at least in one of them, but who knows? I'm going to obviously use a bit of research here. I also have languages, and I think I have enough like Cyrillic to understand what's going on. And lastly, architecture. There's not a place in London that I don't know. And especially when it comes to the style of architecture, what a person might be looking at, where the focus is. That's what I've got my eyes out for.
Yes. So there are a couple of things here. Now, I do want to know, do you have traffic analysis? You have tradecraft, okay. You have streetwise.
And I have urban survival too.
And you have urban survival. Okay, good. These are all good things to know. So there are a couple of things. This phone is a burner phone. It doesn't seem like it has a super long history to it. If you look at the photos, this is a newer phone. He clearly probably got this getting here. And you have in here photographs mostly of Shevchenko and all of his retinue, the people that he is surrounding himself with. It looks like this is a sense of like mostly of Shevchenko. His Shevchenko going into and out of the Russian embassy. It looks to you as if that's where he's staying, where he's sleeping. There are at least 4 people who are regularly around him, but there are often more. There looks like 2 women, 2 men, one of whom is very clearly a bodyguard. Big guy, sort of military type. And then it looks like you've got maybe like a secretary. There's like a kind of like a mix, maybe a girlfriend, maybe, perhaps, or a nurse. It's unclear. There's like, it's like 2 women, a big bruiser dude and another guy, and they are almost always around him in these photographs. There are also sometimes other Russian folks with him at all times. So it looks to you as if what he's doing is clearly trying to keep an eye on Shevchenko in more detail. But there are other things on this phone. You can see that there are conversations. You can see in some of the texts, like there's like a flurry of texts, and some of them are all very coded, but you can see that he's talking to people about Shevchenko, just sort of mentioning that, like, eyes on Shevchenko. And they seem to be watching him, right? So you've got no moves are being made, it doesn't look like, but he's being watched. There seems to be no indication that he has contacted Shevchenko, but he is being watched. There is also messages to somebody named Werner, last name looks like Werner, who seems to be maybe in charge, perhaps. And you've got some messages from Werner, some kind of head person, and the vibes are, because you speak Russian. Vibes are that this person here is not from here and is sort of from headquarters, right? So like from
Probably from
Russia, perhaps. Yeah, and is in town, and has said that it's a little bit unclear, but a senior figure from outside is in town and will need a special delivery. And that's from and that's from Werner. And this guy comes back and says, it's not my job, right? You get the special delivery yourself. I've got a different mission. And so there's clearly some kind of this Werner, Mr. Werner, seems to feel as if he could order this guy around, and this guy was like, actually, no, you cannot, right? And there seemed to be a little bit of tension about it. And the guy says, you don't want me to tell Uncle Joe. And then Mr. Werner kind of like drops it. So there's
Uncle
something
Joe?
going on there. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I got a new question for you. And this is going to be using tradecraft. So I know where he was situated around the hotel. I know what these pictures look like. I know what angle they're supposed to be taken from. From the pictures themselves and the crowds around him, from where I know this photographer to be at all times, are SDRs being performed by the Bratva, like CIA trained SDRs being performed on the Bratva being performed on Shevchenko by the Bratva? Is that what's happening here?
Yep.
Hell. Fuck.
There are also, when you look at the following, right, of Shevchenko, and almost all of this is from today and last night, right? Like you got in, and he seemed to have gotten in right before you did, right? And it seems the first thing he did was to start going to see if he can find this Shevchenko. And what you've got,
plane for all I know.
And what you've got is him leaving the embassy, right? But him leaving the embassy was earlier in the day, clearly, right? And you can tell that he's being followed. And you have got a building, and this is where your architecture is going to come in. You can sort of tell the neighborhood where this is. It seems to you as if this Shevchenko left the embassy earlier today, and went somewhere had an appointment somewhere, right? And what you can tell, as you can see these photographs, and the photographs are clearly about doing good surveillance, right, on Shevchenko is what it is, and trying to sort of like track him and see what he's doing. You're not quite sure if they're protecting him or trying to figure out what he's up to, but there's clearly they've been doing some surveillance. They've been doing some legwork on him, and you have some of it, right? It's not annotated, but you have some things, and it looks to you, looking at some of the time stack as time hacks on this phone, that he went to some kind of meeting in a building, which is like a not a like a, it looks like a small sort of building. It looks like a building that was once a house that has been converted into some sort of something else. Is, I suppose, the best way to put it. And what's interesting to you is that when he went into this building, oh, that's weird. It reminds you of something, actually. You remember when you were in that brain space?
Oh no. Yeah.
It's not the same building, but it's the same. You because you were in the brain space, you get this sense of like this is like a private medical practice of some sort, right? It's the same kind of you just get that very strong vibe of this being like a private medical practice of some sort. It reminds you of exactly the same kind of a building where there's a building that seems like was once a home that was converted, and probably on the second floor is where they've made offices, right? Like this kind of, like, you get that kind of sense of this being some sort of medical
This feels like
private practice.
my real life, like a real life private practice office I've went to. It's 2 floors. On the ground
Yeah.
floor, that like there's a little reception desk there. There's some
Yes.
bathrooms, and on the second
Yes.
floor, all these bedrooms
Yes.
have been converted. Yeah.
Yes. And that's
Okay.
and the thing is, you've not been inside this building, but you know from the architecture, you kind of know the neighborhood, and you're like, there's a lot of that right there. And you just hit that thing with when you were meeting with the doctor, that this just it feels like that, actually, right? That he was going, and you notice that when he went in, most of his retinue stayed outside. Like, one of the younger women went in, the younger woman went in with him, but they tended to stay outside of this place a little bit, as if to give him privacy, perhaps. But this Bratva guy and you can tell from the angles that he is sort of staying out of sight. He's also pretty good at staying out of sight and like being, maybe if not out of sight, let's say unobtrusive, like not particularly interesting to look at. But he went to this, what you would say, some kind of medical office. And then you can see the photographs as he's coming back out, and then going back to the embassy. And now he got a couple shots of him now coming into this, right, hotel. It looks to you like this guy was not there waiting at the embassy for him to leave again, because he knew he was coming to this hotel here.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You also get the sense from this that there's like a couple of things, like questions, like, you get this question right from Werner, is he ever not guarded? And the answer is no from this person, right? And they're like, just watch, right? So they're trying to, like, there's something going on here about seeing if he's ever not surrounded by a bunch of ex-KGB people, FSB people. And that does not seem to be the case.
I'm going to just quickly like go into the back of the store, take out my phone, take photos of as many of these cute little texts as I can. And then I'm going to, because it's probably a burner, so it's probably like one of those old flips.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just snap it in half. And quickly I'm gonna look at the back of the battery, because there's language somewhere on this thing. What can I tell where this was bought? If it was bought in the UK, or if it was bought in Nairobi? It
was not bought in the UK. There is Cyrillic, but you don't actually think this is probably actually Serbian, perhaps. Because again, you know your languages, right? So again, you're getting like, oh, okay. So you're getting a sense of like, all right, Sarajevo, that was where Lennart was stationed.
And we're back to Lennart. It's too
Mm,
late to look back and see if I can see a picture of Lennart, so I'm just gonna leave that broken phone behind a box of Tampax, uh,
mm-hmm.
and just go up to the front and say, "Yeah, just these, please," and pay for
All right.
whatever's in the cart, whatever's in the little
Mm-hmm.
hand truck I've got.
Mm-hmm. Um, there's, and you know, you can always ask me about what else you sort of picked up on that phone, but this is clearly, he's clearly from outside of this Bratva. Uh, Uncle Joe seems to be the head honcho, but there is someone else who's some kind of special high ranking person from outside who's here, right? So there's something, and this seems to
Yeah,
be like a warning in some kind of a way, like watch out, this person is here. So there's something going on there. um yeah. And
all right. Well,
yeah.
oh, sorry. Actually, I don't need facial
Hmm.
cleanser. I'll just take that out.
Oh, all right. You, by the way, you could definitely find that doctor's office or whatever it is, psychiatrist, doctor,
Yeah,
whatever it
that's
is.
the
You could
thing.
definitely
I'm
find it.
still on the phone. I'm gonna
Yeah.
just look up a quick map of London. I'm gonna narrow
Hmm.
down,
Hmm.
zoom in
Hmm.
on the neighborhood that I know this is in, and I'm just gonna
Hmm.
like scroll through the streets for
Hmm.
because usually they're listed. You know, someone's
Yes,
put a
that's right. Yeah.
review up. That's
Yeah.
what I'm looking for right now.
Ah. So you are looking, and you've got research, so that's not a big deal. But I will tell you that the general research that you're doing is not giving you anything. There's like different ways to find people, right? There's Yelp,
Yeah.
right? And like so like a big sort of like very public and general sorts of ways of finding people, which you do not find anything there. That said, you do know where the building is, and you can sort of like find it through other routes through research, like social media and other ways. And as you're sort of scrolling through this, you can see these cars sort of open up, and the limo gets out, and you see the younger woman helping Arcady out of this limo, and this sort of retinue of people with him, and a couple of like FSB guards as well. Well, I'm sorry, private security, let's call them, who are also sort of like watching him like a hawk, making sure that he is safe, I guess. And they sort of move him into the hotel Cafe Royal, where he's supposed to give a talk at 6. And like you see that right as you're sitting there scrolling through, and you find there is a private practice, and this private practice is for a doctor named uh, his last name is Ingolf, and his first name is Luke Ingolf, and he is a heart specialist, and he has a private medical practice. And you find this not on like Yelp, but like there are like some like you usually find it in terms of like you can find it in terms of directories of like medical offices,
Yeah.
right, in areas. So you were able to find it that way, but there are no like public reviews of him at all. It seems if he has whatever he does, he probably has a fairly exclusive sort of client list. But there is a
Which means
Luke Ingolf,
expensive.
which means and then, by the
Private.
way,
Yeah.
yeah, private, expensive. This is center of London. It is an expensive part of town. Um, yes.
So basically, he's just off of Harley Street, and
Yeah,
the NHS has never heard of him before. That's good to
that
know.
is correct.
Um,
That is correct. That is correct.
dear me, I'm actually going to follow Arcady inside the hotel, and
Hmm.
I'm going to see if I can lightly case where he's, because I know he's going to give a talk at 6,
Hmm.
and I want to see if it's possible for me to, because I'm meeting my friend at
Hmm.
7,
Hmm.
from my
Hmm.
knowledge.
7:30.
I'm gonna 7:30. I'm
Yeah.
gonna see if it's possible for me to sit in. I love listening to mineral rights. My
Uh-huh.
favorite thing.
Yes. So as you walk in, before you can get into this hotel, they want to see everybody has to show their badge to show that they have reason to be in this hotel at all. And you can tell that there's some press who get turned away, and they don't get to come into the hotel Cafe Royale. They're not allowed. But you do, I believe, have a badge,
I
if I
do.
recall correctly. Let's just go here for a moment, and let me hit that. There. That, by the way, is the Hotel Cafe Royal. That's what it looks like. It is.
Too rich for my blood. That's what I'll say.
It is. It is a very, very, very rich place. You can get into this place no problem. That's not going to be hard for you. However, as you sort of follow along, and there's bustling everywhere, you can see that the talk he's going to give is in a room that is private, and you must have you need getting in uh, is not as easy as just walking, and you're going to need a cover in order to get in.
Okay. Can I roll for
Yes.
cover?
Yes, please.
I'm going to pull out the first passport before Osmond's passport,
Mm-hmm.
who
Mm-hmm.
I said works for the East Africa Trade Bureau.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is
And
correct.
because I was prepared for this
Mm-hmm.
way back
Mm-hmm.
when.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to see, going through my phone, if I can reasonably facsimilate a good enough
Mm-hmm.
cover, because I remember some person who was supposed to be here. I don't know if they're
Mm-hmm.
actually here or not, but if I can create
Mm-hmm.
enough emails to suggest that
Mm-hmm.
she exists and she wants me
Mm-hmm.
here,
Yeah.
maybe that
Yep.
might be enough. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
like quickly forging a couple emails, looking through a couple
Mm-hmm.
stamps,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but nothing serious enough because I'm not actually a forger.
Right.
If I find someone I can run across with and just take a look at their badge,
Mm-hmm.
note that for later, I will.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, it's
Mm-hmm.
just like I have a small cover. I'm going to expand it into a
Mm-hmm.
bigger cover and
Okay.
hope that's enough.
Okay. Uh, the number you need to advance is a 5, which
That's not
is
bad.
not, it's not bad because you have done a lot of setup, right, to set yourself up for success. So the difficulty is actually not that high because of what you've done before. If you had not done those things, your difficulty would be not a 5, but it's only a 5 to uh, make this cover stick.
Osmond Fayez traveled from London especially for this conference. He is on record, having done
Mm-hmm.
so.
Mm-hmm.
He exists. He got in a limo to be here just like everybody else. He's a real
Mm-hmm.
life person,
He
one
is.
would hope. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to roll a d6.
That's
That's
a
just a 4
4 for your first die.
for my first die.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You have another die left.
I have another die left. I could stunt, or I
Hmm?
could ask for a problem.
Would you like
problem?
a problem? Uh, If you stunt, you will not be getting a problem.
Mm-hmm.
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 I
Mm-hmm.
know. It's
Mm-hmm.
true. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Uh I'm going to actually stunt
What?
with network.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to just text Albert,
Mm-hmm.
could you quickly make me a digital facsimile of this badge that I can show
Mm-hmm.
off and say mine
Mm-hmm.
was lost in the mail?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to quickly
Mm-hmm.
send that off,
Mm-hmm.
hoping he receives it in time. So
Mm-hmm.
that'll take both of my dice from networking.
That's correct. And now you have 2 dice left to roll.
Well, this will work then.
Yes, it will.
I'll have 2.
So
So that's a 6. And
it
I
is a
have 1
6,
die left.
and you have 1 die left. What this means, of course, is if you're able to hit your number, your advanced number, and you still have dice left over, you get a push, and also you get an edge. And I know exactly what the edge is for this moment, but first let's get you a push. You're going to get a new push for this. And that second die represents, right, you asking this question. And you wait a little bit, and you get, after, like, it's not too long, and you just get a message back saying, Oh, good old chap. Your clothes should be on their way to your room, and also, you might enjoy this photo from holidays. And it is this badge, right? This sort of the badge from the hotel, and it's from the trade conferences. And what you can tell is actually there are some things on that trade conference badge that are not from the ones that you sent over. Albert knows what a bunch of these different badges, and he's just made a couple of corrections with your name on it. And let me give you choose. And I'm going to actually also most likely be able to give you a good hard copy of this later. And this one here, my friend, is going to be, let's call this Osmond.
No, just Osman. Osman, like the first emperor
Osman.
of the Ottoman Empire.
Yes. Faiez. Faiez.
Yeah.
Or Y.
It could be either.
I know, right? Let's go with Faiez. Osman Faiez. You, my friend, have a solid cover as a trade representative of the East African Trade Union. With that, I will tell you, you would not have gotten this as an actual edge if you had not pushed, but you did, if you're not stunted, which that was good. So you get this sort of like digital version of this badge that comes through as you are walking up to the ballroom where this talk is going to take place. And you can see that there are a number of security, and they are checking badges like fairly intensely, because not everyone gets to go into this mining seminar. And they get to you, and there's this guy's like, "I'm sorry, sir, let me see your badge."
Of course. Unfortunately, my suitcase, it's gone missing, but I do have the digital version that they sent over.
Takes your phone and he looks at it, and you can
Check
tell
the
he's
code
going to
if you
see
need
if
to.
there's anything, right? And he kind of like zooms in to see if there's any kind of digital manipulation. And he knows there's the code, and he pulls out like a small computer and he types in the code to double check to see whether or not this is actually legit. And he sort of nods, and you can see a little thing comes up. You can't read it, but you get the sense basically like that your number is registered in the system. And he nods, and he goes, "Well, sir, we'll make sure we get you the an actual printout if you want. Where should we? I'll speak to the head of security about this.
If you could leave it with the reception, I don't mind. That's fine. I'll just pick it up from them.
Yes,
I've got the ID.
Yes, sir. And you see, he's not going to push because he knows that you need to get into the seminar because it's starting right about now. So he's going to just kind of like take care of that for you as you are sort of like moved into this nice small ballroom full of people from everywhere. He's up at the podium, and these people, the four people you recognize, are hovering about, and there are also guards. I would say that some of the people of the four look more obvious than the others. Some of them just don't seem that very interesting. There's the big guy with the big muscular guy. He's very obvious looking. The rest don't seem that interesting. Don't seem that interesting. But they are watching him. And Shevlenko is up there to speak. He's got this PowerPoint up. And he begins to talk. And as you see him talking, you get a sense of him being perhaps, it's a little unclear, maybe a little drunk. He's old. He looks real tired. He looks exhausted. He looks unwell. a little sallow, and he does slur a little bit, like maybe he's a little bit drunk. And he starts talking, and the crowd is actually quite full, with a lot of people here from a lot of different places. That's for another moment for you to think about.
I
But as
pull up
he's
my phone a little bit. I'm gonna
mm-hmm,
just turn off anything connected to the network, turn on the
mm-hmm,
recording software, and just dip it back into the pocket, just in case.
mm-hmm. So in this room, there are all these trade conference delegates. Um, trade conference delegates. Um, you can ask, and I will say yes. Go ahead.
One of them wouldn't happen to be a prince, would it?
One of them would exactly happen to be a prince. Yes. 100%. Yes.
I'm
Uh,
gonna pick a seat as close to him as possible.
that is actually going to be somewhat impossible because he's already seated with this whole crowd on the other side where you can see him, but it's a bit distant,
Mm,
unfortunately. And he's there with a bunch of other. He has a retinue, like a fairly
of course
large
he
retinue.
does. God
And
damn it.
he is looking quite handsome, as a matter of fact. And he is he's paying attention. Um, he checks his phone a couple of times, uh, and then somebody wants to talk to him, so he has to put his phone away. So he clearly wants to like have like a moment, but he cannot have it. That's fine. And our guy Shevlinko, he is good at what he does. Actually, he speaks, and a little drunk, perhaps. But he does actually know mining and gemstones and mineral rights pretty well, as it turns out. He seems to be quite sharp about these things, and the seminar talks about mostly the geology and the politics of Central Asia, and he's talking very specifically about Afghanistan, and like he's talking about mineral rights in Afghanistan and the ways in which the geopolitical situation. Uh,
Sorry.
this is what he's doing. You know what I mean? Like he's
No,
that's what
it's
he's
funny
talking
because
about.
my Keystones talk is also about Afghanistan
Hmm.
and Lapis
Hmm.
Lazuli. So this is great.
Yes, and a lot of the things that you're going to talk about, he's talking about, but not in the same way because you're dealing with history, right? And he's talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
how to deal with trade, and you would say that it's been a while. Like uh, Philby died in the 80s, right? So he's in his old age has been moved into this other position, and he's clearly spent time trying to learn it. Um, and the talk is for a person like you who actually knows these things, it's interesting. He does know what he's talking about. Um, there's mm, a bit of a gap um, between the level of drunk he seems to be and the level of clarity in his talk. Um, you would think if somebody is actually as drunk as he seems to be, he would not be as sharp and quick on uh, his talk, right? He seems to be a little bit more keen than his demeanor would suggest. Um, there is something though that's a little bit weird because you have um, archaeology and some other things. As he there are these like little moments where he just like these sort of like asides, that he talks about here. There's not central, and most people are not going to be paying attention. But there are a couple of words in there that crop up um, that strike you as a little odd. Um, and it's like when he's talking about sort of like background information, um, there is just like like what would you call it? Like I don't know how to phrase it. I want to say one off, but that's not the right that's not the right word. Like offhand, that's the right word. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like an offhand reference um, to um, some earlier and sort of more ancient um, texts, right? He's like kind of going into like the deep history of some of these things. And he talks a little bit about Elvira Chelebi, this old sort of like way back when sort of observations, in the area, and sort of just like a little bit of a mention about how sometimes older observations can give you leads to um, like where like there might be more minerals hidden than you might not know. Um, but this guy, Evliya Chelebi, wrote, because this, I'm telling you because you were a professor after all, wrote a book of travels. Um, and he talks about, um, there was a quote from his book of travels, uh, and it was, "The dead owners give property, money, to the glutton identifiers. They go to the graves of those who are already dead, and they understand which dead goes out of the grave at night by looking at the damaged soil. Immediately, the people swarmed and dug the grave of the voracious child, and then they saw that the eyes of which turned to blood-filled cups, and their face was red-blooded from drinking human blood."
Trooper, when you got time, I'd love to have that full quote written down somewhere for
Sure.
me.
Yeah.
Uh,
He was a Turkish, he was a Saracen, as a matter of fact. He was an Ottoman Turkish explorer who traveled,
yeah.
and had observations.
When he says this,
Hmm.
I'm going to use
He doesn't give the whole
notice.
quote. He just mentions the name. Do you know what I mean? Like he just
Yeah, yeah.
mentions the name in off, like a offhanded, right? Offhanded remark about like, oh, like it was basically the point of it was that like if you look at sort of earlier travel um, travel accounts, you can sometimes find you can use that to find evidence of where there were mines of important
And old
generals that have,
cores, yeah.
yeah, old cores have been lost in time, and it's like people are like, oh, very impressive, yes. But you were going to ask,
I'm going to use notice
yeah,
as he says that name, that one,
mm-hmm,
not the quote, just the name.
mm-hmm,
And I'm going to look around because I know that my ears perked up.
mm-hmm.
Did anyone else's?
What a great question. That is a great question. And since you
It
asked,
is
I'm going
me.
to answer. It is you, and I will answer the question. Um, I'm going to say, I'm going to start with this. Generally speaking, nobody thinks anything of it. It seems to be somewhat boring and not particularly interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't seem very interesting to most people. It was like an offhanded comment that didn't seem very interesting to most people. The prince didn't seem to notice anything about it.
Of
In
course not.
case you were checking him out, um, the people who are his retinue don't seem to pick up anything about that name. There are, however, two people in this room who are um, in the back, closer to the door, and they seem to pick up on this name. These two men, as a matter of fact, and they seem to take note. The men themselves might be a little bit odd, perhaps, for you. You might not have noticed them because they keep themselves somewhat within a crowd, shall we say?
Mm-hmm.
But But you notice, because they just perk up, one of them is a young man, handsome. He looks to be maybe in his 20s, perhaps. Late 20s, maybe? Um, he's wearing an expensive suit. Not flashy, but very, very expensive. You know how certain things are only um, there's a certain level of expense that means that you don't notice it at all. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of like with some of the most simple things in it being like a $5,000 suit or something like this. Um, he looks like a wealthy socialite, is what I would say, right? He is holding a small glass of alcohol with him as he sort of like is sitting. He's got his his ankle over his knee, and he's leaning back in this sort of like I own everything sort of a way, in that way that sort of young rich people can sometimes be. Sort of dark hair, um, sort of pale in that European way, I guess, right? That sort of in that European way. And he looks looks spoiled, like Playboy type. And next to him is a slightly older man. And this man is wearing clothes. It's a suit, but it looks a little out of fashion. Um, it looks, how would I say this? Uh, as if this guy is just woke up and didn't realize that the fashion has changed, shall we say. Um, he looks, there's something vaguely Victorian about him, if that makes any sense. Um, this other guy, slightly older, looks a bit intense. So he seems to be like this. He seems to have this an air of authority about him. He does look. He's got like a walking stick. You know what I mean? There's just something about him that just sort of reads that his fashion sense came from 100 years ago, and he's doing his best to sort of like wear clothes from now, but it doesn't really fit exactly right. And both of these two perk up at that name.
I'm going to take a mental image of both of these people. This disaffected
Mm-hmm.
rich boy
Yeah,
and the one who looks a bit older and a bit wiser and a bit
yeah.
making a judgmental perception.
Mm-hmm.
More of a jerk.
Yeah, he does actually. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. They
It's
notice this little drop, like in it, and it's like Shevlenko just dropped that reference in there, and you can see that he, because you were looking, he was also looking to see who might notice something, right? Like you could see he dropped it, and he kind of like lurched forward a little bit as if he was just a little bit drunk, but in so doing you could see he scanned the room to see if anybody noticed when he said that name, and they sort of then got back into his presentation.
can I roll cool to make sure he doesn't notice that I was one of those people?
You wouldn't have to roll, you would just have to give me a push. It's a notice push is what
Oh,
it is, because you were using notice.
yeah, of course, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
as soon as it was here, goodbye, my dear old friend. I will remove it. Yep. I was stretching actually and yawning a
Yes.
little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So
The
bored.
talk
So
the
exhausting. This
talk
talk.
goes on, right? And he doesn't drop anything else, but he seemed to have been testing, just seeing. Uh, he makes some notes and continues on with his talk as if nothing ever happened. And about 7, or so, and really 6:50, the talks comes to an end and people start asking questions, right? There's like questions being raised. Um, and he answers them, but he looks like he's getting a little bit exhausted. And you can see that some of his minders sort of like come up and they sort of like whisper to him and he sort of nods. And he sort of steps off the stage and he starts moving not towards you, but towards the prince. And he's heading that way. And you can see the two men in the back are gone. They've left as everybody's beginning to mill about. And you can tell that his minders are clearly wanting to get him out of the room.
Sense trouble.
Mm-hmm,
I'd like to sense some trouble.
Give me a sense trouble at a 5. It's just a quick test, this one.
Perfect. 5.
You are good. There is... okay, so I'm going to give you an answer to this sense trouble. This is not the answer that you wanted, but this is the answer that you get. Now, I'm going to ask you, before I answer this question, where are you at this moment as he's being sort of herded through this room?
Well, we already described that I'm at the opposite, kind of where the prince is like front and to the right. I'm back into the left and probably closer to the door and those two weird gentlemen than anybody else. Which means I really did have to spend that push, because otherwise he would have seen the three of us together. And made some assumptions.
Yes, he would have. That's all. He might have done that exactly. Yes. Do you stay where you're at?
No, I make a show of like tucking away notebooks and stuff, and I'm going to keep the recorder on, actually. My phone's probably gasping for energy at this rate.
Oh, so sad.
And I'm going to wend my way towards the prince as well. Because he'll recognize me.
Oh, he will.
Which will give me at least an in here.
So as you're moving forward, right, we're thinking about sense trouble. You are approaching them. And one of the things that you can notice is that he seems drunk, though you do have bullshit detector. He is not drunk at all. But he really is quite convincing at being a bit drunk. And you can see him approach the prince. So the prince approaching him to chat about something. The prince doesn't notice you yet because you're coming up from behind. Sense trouble gives you this. Sense trouble gives you this. There are people who are looking to sense trouble. And right, like you're sort of getting this sense. And as you're coming forward, you're going to notice two things. One, the big bruiser guy, like the big bruiser guy, he is clearly the bodyguard and probably armed when he maybe shouldn't be, perhaps. And he's got his eyes out, right? He's like 6.5 feet tall, muscle, short, sort of like buzz cut, kind of on an aggressive stance. But there's also another man there, a younger man, who looks sort of like he looks overworked. He's got like a notebook and he seems to be the kind of schedule keeper, right? The person who like does appointments and scheduling. Then there is this young woman who is quite pretty, and you saw she was the one that went with him into the medical office.
Yep.
Yeah, she looks like eye candy. Maybe a nurse, maybe. But she looks, she's kind of hot, I guess, and she doesn't seem, and nobody seems to be very, the other people there don't seem to really respect her very much or
they look
think much about her. They look past her. You get the sense that she is very dangerous. She is the one who is most on top of things when it comes to sensing trouble. And like you saw her clock those two guys when they left, and you see her seeing everything. She is. There's a little sense that you have when it comes to sense trouble. She is trouble. And I don't mean trouble in the like, oh wow, she's going to seduce you, that like she might kill you kind of a way, not you personally, 'cause she has not really thought about you much. But she seems quite dangerous, is what I would say about her. She's the one who seems overtly the least dangerous, but that's not what I would say. And then there is one other woman, and this woman seems, she's a little bit older. She seems a little frustrated, and she seems to be maybe like a secretary, but you would also assume that she is also FSB, right? That she's like if you're going to look at the overview, you're like, okay, personal secretary, nurse, executive assistant, maybe,
Yeah.
and then bodyguard, and you're like, well, no, these are all FSB agents, every single one of them. And the woman who looks like the personal secretary seems to have the air of authority. Maybe she's in charge, but the eye candy seems to be the most dangerous. I would say she's the most dangerous.
As Osmond's like wending his way towards these people, keeping an eye upon the nurse, the hot eye candy the most. His demeanor's going to slightly change. He pulls off his hat. He pulls off his glasses. He is slightly blind without his glasses. But he's trying to like embody this Osmond and make sure that this Osmond and tomorrow when I have to give a keynote
look different.
Illyaz are not necessarily conflated, you know? They're not the same person. Luckily I'll have different clothes tomorrow. That'll help.
So as you're approaching, you can hear the conversation that's happening. And this is still part of your notice because, you know, you had it up. As you're approaching, you can see the prince greet him in English, saying, oh, it's so nice to meet you. And Shevlenko responds in Arabic. And they start speaking in Arabic to each other as you're approaching. And the thing that you notice is that the people in Shevlenko's retinue do not seem to understand what he's saying. It does not seem to you that they understand Arabic.
That's good to know.
They also don't seem to think much about the prince. They don't seem to think that he's a threat. They just seem to keep their eyes open. Although I will say that the slightly older one, not the personal secretary woman, keeps her eyes pretty carefully on Shevlenko, as if maybe she is watching him as much as she's watching for any kind of danger, if you know.
Less a bodyguard and more of a minder.
Yes, that would be correct. And you're like, oh, wait, no, this is not what this is. These are not bodyguards to keep him safe. These are people to keep him in line, perhaps, right?
Which puts a different perspective on the doctor's office. Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Pieces are slowly falling into place. Like maybe this doctor is a Russian asset, or maybe this is a drop-off point. Shevlenko knows that he is being watched by the FSB and might not actually want to be watched by the FSB, but he's such an old spy and knows too much. So how are those leaks happening?
Yes, that's a very good question. And you're like, oh, they don't let him out of their sight at all. The only time he had some kind of privacy was when he went to that doctor's office, right? Because most of the retinue stayed outside watching.
Might not
and you're
be
like,
FSB,
okay,
might be CIA. You know, give me a second to speak with my doctor. Maybe that's the only time. After a couple checks, private doctor will not. Okay.
And you're like, oh, and he does not look healthy. So you're like, well, that's interesting. And as you're walking, you just sort of catch the end of the conversation where the prince is like, well, I'm looking in Arabic. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow at our meeting, and I promise I won't be late. And I'm looking forward to good work with each other. And the Shevlenko does not seem to care so much, right? He does not seem to be. He's nodding along and being polite, but it does not seem as if this matters to him much at all. He's hardly listening, right? As he's mostly kind of paying attention to like this situation. And his minders seem to be a little bit like we need to move, right? Like, and like the older woman says in Russian, which you understand, Katie, we have this. We have the reception. We have to go. You can talk to this man later. He has appointment. We have to go. And that's what you hear her say to him as you sort of come into this gaggle of people.
I'm going to speak in Russian. It's accented Russian. He sounds a bit Turkic, which is a thing.
It is. It is.
Just 1 second. I am so glad you brought up how ancient old trade routes and journals can help you find old quarries and mines. Such a fascinating topic. I wish I could talk to you. I'm so sorry. I like look at her because I heard her and I want her to know that I heard her. I'm so sorry to take up so much of his time, but I just really want to thank you for acknowledging the importance that history has in this place. I'm with the East African Bureau, and people don't always want to recognize it. A lot of history is didactic, and I go off on a side note, but when I look at him,
the prince, by the way, is trying to cover the very awkward situation that he's in right now, because he knows who you are, and he's like, oh damn, like you can tell that he's like he is and all of his people are around him, right? All of his people are around him right now, and he knows who you are. He knows that you know who he is, who is not who he said he was, and he is a bit.
It's almost like this is not the way he wanted me to know.
No,
in fact, this is the least. Yes. This was the thing that, you know how you have a nightmare and somehow reality is worse? That's what this is.
That is exactly what this is. And he's like deer in the headlights for a couple of seconds. And you are talking, right? And he just sort of says, oh, well, I will see you at the reception later this evening. And I have appointments. And he sort of like heads out with his retinue, and he kind of just looks back at you, and he's like, you can tell he's like going to reach for his phone, but then his retinue is talking to him as they sort of drag him out towards some reception, whatever that is. And you are speaking to this man, and the man sort of looks at you, Arcady. And the minute you talk about history, he says in Russian, history is very important. I appreciate you bringing it up. You're with the trade. And like you can see that there's clearly an appointment they have coming up, and the minders want to move him on. And he's like, I would love to talk to you more about this, young man.
Yes, anytime. I'll be here for several days, and I'm going to clasp his hand, and I'd like to slip a piece of paper into. Actually, you know what? I'm not slipping a piece of paper. I'm slipping a brochure.
What brochure?
For the conference, of course. The other conference. And there's a time circled.
Yes, yes, for your talk.
Similarities, you know?
And he looks at it, and the minute he looks at it, the older woman, also looks, sees that it's legit, sort of like relaxes just a little bit. And he goes, oh, would you, Popov? And the younger man sort of like crops and goes, make an appointment with this fellow. We'll meet tomorrow. I have appointments all day. You should come to the embassy and we can have an appointment. I want appointment with this tradesman, Popov. And Popov seems to be like, oh God, like this is just like too much stuff, right? And sort of, okay, sir, the old man wants an appointment with you to talk history and trade. Can I have your name, please?
Yes. And then I have this thought. Do I give him Osman or do I give him the real one?
By the way, when you mentioned that, he just like the old man just kind of clutched at his chest, like right up here a little bit, and just kind of like clutched something and like patted it, and as like a force of habit, it seems.
Yeah, actually, okay. While I'm just sitting there and I'm like thinking about what name, for the brief second
Mm,
that I am, can I suggest a little forensic pathology? It's not perfect medicine,
mm,
but
that's true.
this guy is going to a
Yeah,
heart doctor.
that is correct.
Is this heart condition real, and is that the reason why he's clutching at his upper chest for some reason?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
A little
mm-hmm,
bit of
mm-hmm.
pain, perhaps?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, uh, Forensic pathology gives you something a little bit
Yeah,
different from medicine. Um,
yeah.
he looks to
I'm better with
you,
dead people.
you are better than with dead people, and the kind of way that he looks seems to you like the kind of way somebody looks if they've been poisoned. You know, uh, it's there's like a it doesn't it does I mean it could I mean also poison can also result in heart problems. That's also true. But he's got that kind of look of somebody who's like been like slowly poisoned over a long period of time. Is that kind of like because you've seen bodies
Yeah.
like that.
That
That's
strange
what the
pallor
body.
to the skin.
Yeah,
Oh God,
yeah.
no. What
And
KB?
when he grabbed his chest, you thought that he was actually clutching something underneath his shirt rather than clutching his chest. Like he was maybe like he was wearing like a necklace or medallion or something like that, and he just sort of clutched it and like patted it, and it made him feel a little bit better. But it looks to you like maybe this guy's being poisoned, uh, but but that is going to result in heart problems. uh, but forensic if you said medicine, I wouldn't have told you this, but forensic pathology says, ooh, I've seen that kind of. I've seen bodies that look sort of like this, and it's usually the result of long-term poisoning.
I'm gonna say I did circle that keynote speech.
Yeah.
Oh, he has my name. What time is he free?
And Popov is the one that you talk to about appointments, right? He's the one that you're going to have a conversation with because, you know, that's his job. Also, he's the minder. And he looks at him and goes, well, he has an appointment. It's earlier. Let's see. I would say you could probably get a hold of him we could meet you at the embassy at 4 p.m. if you would like an appointment.
4 p.m. That's hold on, and I pretend to have a busier schedule than I do
Mm-hmm.
because I
Mm-hmm.
guess I would. I'd be
Mm-hmm.
talking to
Mm-hmm.
people, I suppose.
All the time. Absolutely.
Can we make it 4 or 5? I've got a thing across town. Transit, you know.
Well, he has other appointments, but he can do 5 if I think that will be all right.
I don't have a
Should
reason
I,
to say no to 5, so
right.
yeah, sounds great. Sounds great.
We will make
And I
sure your
pretend to
name
work
is
the day, but
on the embassy list.
yeah, he has it. And I wave at someone who is not looking
Mm,
at me, and I
mm-hmm,
rush off
mm-hmm,
into the opposite direction. Uh,
mm-hmm,
Tempting to be cool as a cucumber here because
mm-hmm.
I'm a busy trade guy. I know the
You are a
trade.
busy
I'm the
trade
best
guy.
trade.
Mm-hmm. Um, and they're going to be leaving, and now you have got an appointment to make.
Yep, I do. Hold on, let me write down this appointment on my list of
Mm-hmm,
appointments.
mm-hmm,
I didn't
mm-hmm.
realize this game involves so much scheduling. I mean,
Oh, it
that's
does. This is your wilderness of mirrors, my friend. Uh,
so much fun.
mm-hmm.
Um, and uh, yeah, I'll head out. Kind of, if I can, sneak through one of those non-labeled emergency exits,
Mm-hmm.
so that
Mm-hmm.
way Osmond isn't seen going to my hotel room, because that
Yep.
wouldn't end well. Uh,
Yeah.
and try and see if there's any clothing there that I could use to freshen up before I take my
Oh,
7:30.
absolutely. Your friend Carpenter has given you like basically about 4 different suits. They look like good professor style suits, but also a tuxedo in case you need it. And so you got like a tuxedo, you've got like 3 business suits, and then you have like some tourist clothes. He's giving you like a pretty nice sort of set of outfits. Good overcoat.
I put on some ladies antiperspirant because that's what I picked up, and
Mm-hmm,
the
mm-hmm.
powdery smells actually quite nice. Legit,
Yeah,
Northern actually tends to wear that.
I mean, it is pH balanced for a woman, but you can definitely, which is not a scientific thing at all, but you can definitely wear it.
My armpits are the perfect pH
They are.
for
Mm-hmm,
someone else. Anyway,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
yeah, I put on some antiperspirant. I switch over to like a light jumper and some jeans and get
mm-hmm.
out of these clothes. And I put them in a
Yeah,
bag for dry cleaning because
yeah.
and
Oh,
take everything out of them.
yeah.
And then I head out.
There is carpenters in a car, like a dark car. The windows are not obviously tinted, but they're just slightly tinted so that it's hard to see who's in, but without making it obvious these are tinted windows. It's just like a very, very light tint. It's not a brand new car. It's maybe a couple years old, very nondescript, a nice blue. And he pulls up, opens the door, and it's just him. And he goes, "Hop on in."
Yeah, yeah. I get in. So, uh, there's a lot happening today.
He starts driving. You'd heard them mention uh, this reception, right? It seems to be at the Hotel Europa. You had heard them mention the Hotel Europa as like where this. It's like it's a reception and after sort of reception after
Albert,
this talk.
please tell me you're not taking me to the same bloody reception that I just tried to evade from.
What? He says as he's heading towards the Hotel Europa. You're like, I bet. And as he's driving, you're going farther and farther from the city center out towards the edge of London. And if your urban survival, you know your city. The Hotel Europa is a private hotel that was like an 18th century mansion converted to a hotel that is really exclusive. No one gets in or out unless you are very, very fancy. Also high
Mm-hmm.
security. Uh, and you are heading directly towards that hotel, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, you are. You know
Oh,
it. You know it.
Carpenter, one serious thing.
Mm,
The Prof
yes.
aren't looking at us, they're looking at Arcady, and I think he's being poisoned.
Hmm. Well, I mean, he's looked bad for quite some time now. I mean, he's not looked good for decades. That must be some very inefficient poison.
No, it's small doses long term. It adds up. Certain doses can just add up in the body, and honestly, it's a pretty good way to kill someone. Don't
Why wouldn't they?
quote me on that one.
Why wouldn't they just kill him? That seems
Suspicious?
strange. Hmm. They've done it
Keeping him in
before.
control? Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, the last time I saw a case like this, God, who was it? I think it was maybe in Baghdad.
Hmm.
Just like over a long term, a very, very long term, you know? His breath
Hmm.
smelled like almonds, but it wasn't typical
Oh.
arsenic poisoning. It was a weird case.
Well, I don't think you have to worry about that. I don't think you have to worry about that. He says as he pulls up, and this hotel has got, which was an old mansion, right? Has got some high stone walls. So there's no way you're going, and there's like a gate, and there's no way you're going to get in without proper authorization. But he doesn't go there. He drives around towards the back of this hotel. And he drives down this road, this like the street, and he parks just off the street. And what you can see, there's a back gate. And he's parked just so that you can see in through this back gate. There's the hotel itself is further off, and you can see the lights and off that way. But what you're looking at right now is there are a number of outbuildings in these grounds of this estate. Look to be like would have been like probably stables at one point in time or carriage houses, that sort of a thing. And you're out here near the back where nobody is. And you can see a stables. You can see this back gate, probably for supplies, perhaps, something like that. But there is nothing here besides a remote corner of the estate where this hotel is. He says, Dear chap, we're not going to go inside the reception. We're going to just stay out here and watch. Would you take the wheel? And he pulls out like
Sure.
two thermoses of coffee, and he pulls out some sandwiches that he has wrapped up. He's got like 4 of them. He's like, I brought you food. I hope you like peanut butter and jelly. I,
I haven't eaten all day. I'll take anything.
and he sort of gets into the passenger seat so you can sit in the driver's seat as he's got this cup of coffee and he's got these sandwiches, and he sort of leans back and he says, we're just doing a little bit of surveillance.
Sure. Sure. Oh, I recorded Shevlenko's whole speech if you wanted. I don't
Oh,
imagine you would.
no, but it's always good to have more information rather than less. I love a copy. Uh, and he starts watching this. And where he's at, if somebody else were going to drive down this road, they wouldn't necessarily pick up on this car being there. He sort of tucked himself a little bit away where he can see what's going on, but no one's going to really pay that much attention to him.
I'm gonna keep a lookout. Specifically, I want to see if the word ne'er do well seems inappropriate here.
Mm,
Villains also a bit
mm,
much.
mm,
Anybody who would wish to do anybody here harm. If someone else is watching, but in a more sinister way, that's what I'm
mm,
looking for.
mm. Yes. And I feel like I heard a sort of a subtext in what you said.
Mm-hmm.
And let's think about this for a moment. As you're there
Uh-huh.
outside the Hotel Europa, which is a couple of acres, parked out at the edge of this place, mid 19th century, really, but clearly sort of upgraded, and all sorts of very, very well connected people are going through the front gate for some sort of reception.
Carpenter said not to worry about it.
Yes. And there are maybe groundskeeper lodges and stables converted to private houses, or maybe extra accommodation as you sit and you watch. And you know, or you can guess, that Arkady Shevlenko and all of his retinue is on his way, or they're already going to be at this reception. And you can see, as you are coming in, these cars full of delegates. People who are important are going to this reception, a private reception. The security is insane, right? The security is very, very intense, but where you're at, it's not that big of a deal because you're so far away from where the reception is. People aren't going to really pay that much attention. But
Of course
you're
not.
probably guessing oligarchs and uh, bankers and corporate CEOs and politicians. They're all there for the private after party reception. And as you sit there on the outside, not having champagne, and now you get Carpenter's not taking you into that reception at all. You're waiting on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And as you sit there and you wait for what, you don't know. Probably you're sitting there. The reception will be a while, most likely. And you could maybe imagine that there was a string quartet going on inside there. People having the best of time.
Lovely time.
And you, yeah. And you can make out the lights of the hotel in the distance. And you can see between the gate and the old stables between the gate and the hotel. And Carpenter drinks a cup of coffee, eats his sandwich. He does not seem to you to be stressed out. It doesn't feel like this is a high stakes situation for you. And he says, now, I'll tell you exactly what we're doing um, after you promise not to interfere.
Albert, you are having me play getaway driver, which means there's something that you want to get away from.
Oh,
That hasn't happened yet.
most likely won't need it. You're not really getaway driver in case we need it, but most likely we won't. We're just here watching. Now, promise you won't interfere.
Just get on with it, please.
Do I have your word?
Fine. I will not interfere.
Neither will I. All right. I happen to get some intel. And I'm just here making sure everything's going to be all right. I got word that our friends from Langley are here for a job. They gave me a heads up out of, what's the word? Professional
courtesy. Yeah.
Yes. They're going to extract Shevlenko tonight from this reception. I just am here to make sure it goes all right. Or at least to see what happens. They've got a team, and they're going to, I think he's defecting tonight, and they're going to pick him up, and I don't exactly know how, but they said tonight's the night. He's always surrounded by his minders, and they have some sort of plan to get him out of here safely. And he just pulls out a little black box, plugs it in to the car, does a little bit of dial, and you can start hearing Russian. He's tuned into their radio frequencies, and you can hear the voices. The same woman, you recognize her voice, and you can hear them sort of just, it's just very light chatter, and you can tell that they're just watching him to make sure that he's going to be safe. And there's not a lot of chatter because they're mostly keeping kind of quiet, but they've got earbuds in and they're watching him at this party, and you can sort of just the light tinkling as this party is going on. And he says, all we're here for is to make sure this doesn't go badly, so we can report back in to see how it goes.
That woman he's with is not just trained FSB. She's practically poised in her heels to kill someone.
Well, look, you know how the Americans are. I'm sure they have some sort of plan. My understanding is they have a full team here to take care of this, and I'd be interested to see how they do. And by the way, if you did want to speak with him, I'm sure we could get the Langley boys to go and let us talk to him before they ship him back to D.C. or wherever they're going to ship him.
Albert, when I tell you that I have a prickle at the back of my neck that just will not go away. And you can barely tell because his knuckles are so scarred, which I mentioned before, but he's white knuckling this wheel. There's just something about this. It feels wrong. It feels bad. It feels like things too. And you know what? Looking back, it was weird that Shevlenko was so interested in making an appointment with me instead of just brushing me off if he thought he was going to get taken tonight. And he didn't look relieved at all. I mean, he's a good spy. He'd probably cover for it, but he didn't look relieved. He looked concerned. And why would he be watching out for those two gentlemen if his only focus was on getting through the day so he could get picked up tonight? This doesn't make sense.
And you have this bad feeling as you white knuckle. And Carpenter says, I'm sure everything will be fine. It's a little bit, there's a bit of a cowboy over there in the CIA that's a little bit too much of a cold warrior. Things were still back in the 1980s or 90s. But I think it'll be fine. There shouldn't be any trouble. It should be pretty easy, I think.
What's his name? The cowboy.
The cowboy? Huh. And he sort of smiles and he goes, oh, wait. And as he says that, you can see and hear movement. as the reception seems to have moved to a different phase. And you can see groups of people wandering out of the hotel towards the garden to have a lovely evening. And you see Shevchenko and his minders having a bit of a stroll. They're following him, and he's just sort of wandering. And as you can see, he's wandering closer and closer to where the part of the hotel where you are. Dark, not many lights because it's not particularly well populated. And he's just having a lovely stroll. And you remember saying in your mind that you have a bad feeling about this, that maybe something might go wrong. But that's unlikely. What are the odds that something might go badly here and now? And right before we go to break, I will say, as you are both watching to see what happens, you see Shevchenko grip his chest, not the whatever it was up here, but his actual chest. And he sort of stops and he staggers a little bit. And he waves, and the young woman, who's the nurse, comes up to him, and he says something to her and he looks quite unwell. And there's a quick conversation. You're too far away to hear what they're saying. But the man, the Popov was his name, rushes back to the hotel, and there are now only 3 minders left. And they're standing there waiting probably for the minder to come back. And you can hear on the radio, Popov says, Da, I will get the ambulance, as he's rushing off. And as you are waiting and you're watching this, he staggers and he falls to his knees and he grabs, like reaching out. And you can hear the main woman saying, no, there's something wrong. I think he's having a heart attack. And then she says, I'm going to go get the hotel paramedics. And she rushes off into the hotel, leaving only the young woman and the big beefy bodyguard. One of them says, I'm getting the ambulance. I'm going to call it. And she says, make sure you call it, but I'm going to get the paramedic. He's not doing well. And 2 of his minders have rushed off to the hotel to get an ambulance and a paramedic. And then you can hear one of them say, we're going to, and that's when the radio is all static. It's all static on the radio, not because they've gone dead, but because someone is jamming the signal. And that's where we're going to go to break. Yes. He is with only 2 of his minders out in a very remote part of this hotel acre, the grounds of this hotel. And now the radios have been jammed.
I want what's around his neck. Why didn't I save that filch mastery for later?
What is around his neck? Well, we will find out, I imagine, when we come right back. We're going to take 10 minutes, stretch, drink some fluids, and when we get back, we're going to find out what this plan is, I guess. As you sit fairly far from this space, as it's all going down, and nothing will go wrong. It's the Cowboys. It's the Cowboys, my friends. Before we go to break, I'm going to say this. I forgot to tell you. Guess what, everyone? There's going to be a 3-shot of Draconim starting next week on a Wednesday, and we're going to start our break with the trailer for this 3-shot over on Table Story. So, hydrate.
Your deed is acknowledged. What you did was expected, nothing more. It was merely the right thing to do. Do not mistake thanks for forgiveness. Fate, however, may yet grant you a chance at redemption. If you can stomach working together once more.
Hello, everyone. We are back. We are back for the second half of our show. Second half of the second session of Seasons of Death Winter, Out of the House of Ashes.
Halfway through, really.
We're halfway through. And as a matter of fact, everything is going fine. We have our 2 agents, the Saracen, our dear professor, and his CSIS contact, sitting and surveilling what should be a pretty easy sort of extraction. And when we last left off, our good dear friend Shevlenko seemed to be having a heart attack, and 2 of his minders rushed off, one to get an ambulance and the second to get paramedics. And they rushed off back to the hotel, leaving him alone with 2 of his agents, his minders, the very obvious bodyguard type and the less obvious bodyguard type, who may also be an assassin. And they are watching him out in the dark grounds of this place. And right when we left off, the radios started being jammed. And we come back with Carpenter saying, good, that should be the Americans right about there. And he sort of like picks up a set of binoculars that are sort of like thermal binoculars. And he sort of picks them up so he can kind of see in the darkness what's happening in this hotel space, not too far away. And he says, there's a pair there if you want to see.
Yeah, pick them up. And I still have one hand on the wheel. And I have placed the car in neutral. But I've got my foot on the brake. And I'm going to take a look at it. Because that's a bit quicker than... At least you'll start rolling in a direction.
Yeah, that seems makes sense. Let's do this for a moment, shall we? Oh no, let's do this one. Let's just do a little bit of this for a moment. It's fine though. No. It's fine. So as you're watching, you see that there are 2 people there that you hadn't seen that have shown up. They seem to be in paramedics outfits. And they are right by Shevlenko's side. You can see them, and they're pointing, and Shevlenko seems to be in distress. And the 2 minders are sort of on alert, and these 2 paramedics carry Shevlenko into the stables, and they're inside the stables, sort of the door is shut. You can still kind of see heat signatures as they are in there, sort of trying to keep him, I suppose, safe. And then you see lights. and an ambulance that was hiding somewhere back in this alley where you are drives up to that back gate. One of the minders comes out and unlocks the gate, and this ambulance drives into where the stables are. And Carpenter sort of just chuckles, seeming he figures this must be the CIA plan all along.
I'm going to take a quick look at that ambulance. How many heat signatures are in that ambulance?
2.
How many were you expecting from the Cowboys?
And he says, well, a team like this has 5, but there should only be 4 on site. The 5th would be cleanup afterwards. Should be good. He says, watching. And he goes, oh, the paramedics, I imagine they're with Charlie Green as well. And he goes, that's his name, by the way, as the ambulance pulls up to where the stables are. And as they're loading up, you, my friend, you notice something, because he was paying attention to the ambulance. And you can see the 2 paramedics in the ambulance step out and head into the stables to get Shevlenko out. Probably what we're going to get here is that, he's sick, he's having a heart attack. We'll put him in the ambulance and we'll drive him off. But actually, right, this is the pickup. And you notice something. There's another heat signature coming from the hotel. That's if you're looking through the the binoculars. If you look not in the binoculars, there are 2 people heading towards the stables.
I put one eye through the binoculars and the other eye just plain seeing out, just to double check that I'm seeing what I'm not seeing what I'm seeing.
Oh, right. With your eyes, you see 2 people walking towards those stables, but in the thermal binoculars, you only see 1 heat signature. And the 2 figures, with the binoculars on, you can't tell who they are, but when you take them off, you recognize them.
That's
2
not
men.
The CIA, Albert. That's not the CIA at all.
The doors to the stables shut. Do you stay far away from the stables right now in a safe place, or do you not? It's pretty far. Gunshots, by the way. You hear gunshots from inside the stables.
Are the 2 men still walking up?
No, they've walked inside the stables.
Fuck us.
And from inside the stables, there are gunshots. And he's like somewhat disturbed. But you can still make out heat signatures from inside if you have the binoculars up.
Same amount? I mean, it would be. If someone's dead, they're bleeding out.
Well, then you see things in the heat signatures.
Yeah, I don't like this. I pull the parking brake up,
and I'm going to
exit the vehicle.
Bodies, these heat signatures being lifted up into the air and then breaking as if they were twigs. You see chaotic. It's like figures moving faster, and it's just like something very. By the way, there are no more gunshots happening inside the stables. Something bad, very bad, and something not normal is happening inside of those stables.
I start rushing towards this. I've come out of the car. I'm not going towards the door. I'm going around the stables because I'm like I'm hoping to see them leave and then follow in and see what the hell happened. I haven't talked to Carpenter. I don't know if he's behind me. I don't even notice. But I reach into a pocket and I pull out a small amulet and I tuck it. I tuck it right in between the binoculars. And when they go on my face, where is it sitting?
As you are stepping out and moving forward, to sort of get there, there's a bit of a distance, and as you're moving towards the gate, somebody has, like, the ambulance is backed up towards the stables, and then you see the young man, the asshole man, the rich playboy guy, jump into the front seat of the ambulance and start careening towards the gate, where you are heading.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. That I was incorrect. It is not the ambulance. There is a second van that comes out of the stables, a black van that drives out. This is probably the getaway van, or a getaway van. And this van has that young rich guy in it, and he's coming in. The ambulance is still there. He's coming out in this black van, careening towards the gate.
But if he manages to exit the gate, he's not going to run into Carpenter. Carpenter's parked just out of the way.
That's correct, yes.
I look behind me for a split second, and I forge forward, but I'm going to keep myself off to the side so I can duck into some... I imagine there's some brush around. It's pastoral England.
Yes.
Duck into some brush the moment the car comes by me.
So you sort of duck to the side. This van careens off and is going to make a getaway, it looks like. And doesn't notice you. It speeds past you, leaving this space. And what you notice, as again, it's still pretty far, what you notice is that the two minders have got Shevlenko, and they are hustling him away. Like, they have jumped into this ambulance with him, and he seems unconscious, and they start speeding off in a different, towards the hotel and the security.
Okay, there's nothing to do. I gotta rush back to the car, and I do so. And I jump back in.
Leaving the stables by itself?
Is there anybody in the stables I can... I still got the binoculars with me. I'm gonna look through them.
It looks empty.
Trooper,
yes.
Quick question. Running through my head as I'm slowly turning towards the car, double thinking my actions. When I looked through the binoculars the first time around, and I saw two people wandering towards me with one eye and one with the other.
Yeah.
Who was the dead signature?
The rich guy. Not the guy that looked like he might be a vampire. He had a signature.
Of course he
It
did.
was the rich guy. Mm-hmm.
Probably just someone on their side or someone hoping to be... Of course, this rich Arista boy is... Okay. Yeah, I'm going to leave the stables alone and rush towards the car.
You hop in. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. That's despair. I actually don't want despair. I want this one.
You come in
I'm
and
going
everyone's
to need
already dead.
From you, a driving roll.
You got
what I'm
it.
going to need.
You got it.
And this driving roll, as you speed off into the night to pursue, I need to know. Well,
who I'm chasing?
There are options here. The ambulance has gone in towards where all the security is. So the only one you could chase is the black CIA van with the strange guy with the lack of signature. So let me ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I put that?
You might want to make sure the chat's hearing the background music because they might not be.
Oh, you're right. They are not, but I can fix that. I fix that like, you know how I fix that? I fix that in a slightly different way. This is what I did. Hold on, let me go here. Y'all, I just remembered that I have to swap out the browser. Give me a moment, because I need to have Werewolf and the browser in different browsers, so that I can get different sound out of it. Let me give you that moment, and then this is the one I want, and then I will bring it back to you, and then you'll hear it. Our creepy, tense music. There we go. Give me one moment while you ponder this. The place you can get the people, the FSB, unfortunately, are going to be, they've gone into what do you call it, safety, and that is not a good space. But you might be able to find out something from the CIA van. I will note there's a lot of blood in those stables. Not that you need to worry about it, but in case you wanted to know, you can guess. Like a lot of blood, but you know.
As I get into this van, I say, Carpenter, if you want, check out the stables, look for a necklace. And I'm already like shifting it to gear.
Carpenter is going to pop out while you get into this, because he's going to check it. You gave him some directives, and he's going to go there. Ha ha ha. Okay, now.
He's good with surveillance. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. You know, I wouldn't worry about it. Now, thank you very much. I am now back where I need to be. I've opened up our browser in the second, the other. Where are we? The other browser, so that I can make sure our sound is making sense. And give me that moment. Ba 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 boom. And we should be.
And I hear it too.
You hear it, but they don't hear it yet. Let me make sure they do. Firefox. Here. There we go. They should be hearing it now. Yes. So, I printed this out, and then I picked it up. Here we go. My friend, I would need a driving roll from you.
Mm-hmm.
And your number is 7.
7.
To advance.
To advance.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what the hold is because I don't get to know that until I do.
That is
and you said there's something you wanted to know from me before I made that roll. Right?
Oh, it was about confirming that you're going after the first van.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
7. So let's roll a d6 and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 4.
Here.
There is a chance that I will make an advance. There's already a chance that I've already held, but I do not know unless I call it. Trooper, do you have a problem for me? I think I'll take an extra problem.
I do. Would you like the extra problem?
Give it to me.
Okay. The extra problem, I don't have a physical card for you, but I have it here. The extra problem is chase. You, how do I put this? Tension is high, security is hot. Having a big van car chase in the middle of London causes heat. And where's my heat? Yep. As you are careening through, you are going to start seeing sirens as some of the bobbies start noticing and they start being in pursuit. This, I think, says hurt, but I actually want heat. I don't have a good one for you. Let me get a plain one. Let's go. I'm going to say this. It's not really what I want, but good enough for the moment. Take out the blowback and put in heat in your mind. Just so
all
you
right.
know.
That'll be great. I love that.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
that gives me. Does that add to my heat tracker?
One more. Yes, it does. This will give you now have remember all heat is doubled.
Yes. So that's 2 more.
Yes, yes, it is.
So I have a heat of 4.
2. I don't think you had any other
2.
heat before, actually.
I did.
Because
I did. Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Oh, yes, you're right. That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Call me many things, but one cannot call me a liar.
But I will say that heat is not doubled because you did not get it here in London. Just so you know.
Okay. Okay. So I'm at 3.
Yes, you are. Car
That's not
chase.
That's fine.
It's not good, but it's not bad.
Let's. That'll give me an extra die, so I do not need to take another one for my driving. Instead, I'm going to use my special extra die, my problem die, which will take me to 6.
You have 1 die left.
I might need to drive my way out of this situation. So,
well, the thing is, you've triggered your die, your drive skill, which means you can use all of your dice. It doesn't triggering the skill reduces the number of dice total, but
so there's
not
no
for,
harm in right.
That is correct.
You're right. So I'm gonna.
Yes.
There we go. That would be a 10, actually. No, a 9. A 9. Yes.
I'm going to go and make sure this is all caught up right there. Let me group it. Boom. Okay. So we had 3 dice. And I should have done this thing. I'll move those over for you.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let me ungroup and move. It's a thing that happens with groupings. The grouping is always a little bit weird in that it only sort of it does what it does.
I understand it well enough.
You understand
sort it later.
Right? Yes. There we go. Okay. So, 3 dice. You are moving through the city, and as you move, this van is careening through as it's getting dark, and as you make a quick turn, you get these police lights that start coming in after you, and you're moving. And as you're moving through the city, trying as best you can, you're trying to get away from these cops, as well as sort of try to keep up with this van. Your advance means that you are able to lose. You lose them, but they're going to be on the lookout for you. But you do lose them.
I hope this car's not my name. That would be bad.
They did get a look at you, though.
But well, CCTV would get a look at me, yeah.
Yes, they would. That said, you keep this van in your sight. It's pretty far ahead of you. And you're getting closer. You're getting closer. You think you might be able to catch up with it. And then there's a flash, and it is that guy in there. Absolutely, the rich guy. And you see this as the van that he's driving careens off the road over a railing and into the Thames. The van smashing into the water. Whoever's in there probably just be dead. Probably. Except that you did make your roll. And so you were able to be there just quick enough to see this figure leap out of the van before it hits the water. And you see him as you're moving. He moves towards the building that's next to this riverside barrier. And you see him move, and he's moving very fast. Faster than anyone you've ever seen move before. And once he gets to the side of this building, he puts his hand on it, and then like a lizard, he just starts climbing up of it. Not like a climber, but like some kind of... it's a sheer wall. And he just scales up it like some kind of fast-moving lizard, and up and over this building, and the van itself is bobbing in the water before it begins to sink. And there's all of this debris that is coming out of the van, floating in the water. Bag, like a go bag, perhaps. What would you call it? Nylon, like a nylon sports bag, sort of floats out. You can see a hand also floating out by the edges of this van as it starts to sink. And you can hear the sirens in the background in the distance. You don't have a lot of time if you want to get those things. If you had not succeeded, you would not be able to get those things at all. But the police are on their way.
Quickly, tell me, what does the area around me look like?
You're by the Thames. There's a riverside barrier. You've got sort of like tall, like 3-4 story, maybe 5 story, not really 6, sort of concrete, sort of slightly older businesses, like buildings that have been clearly like they're like business offices, that sort of a thing, at this point in time, but they're all sort of closed up for the evening. That guy though, he just could I get a cool check from you? It's just a quick test. Cool.
No.
It's a 5, that's all. It's 1.
This is 0 go.
0, and now you have another die.
Yep, I do. I have tons of dice. Dice and me, we get along real great.
A 6.
5. So that's a 5 altogether. No, that only -1 once. So that's a 6. Yes.
That is a 6. You are able to keep it together in this quick test when you just saw something unnatural. And you were able to keep your wits about you as you could hear the sirens converging on this sort of dark. This place where you're at is like near to where a bridge is, so like there's not a lot of people around in this spot. As the detritus of whatever was happening in that van begins to sink.
I am going to go grab the stuff from the van, but before I do, I'm going to follow the person I've been chasing, and I'm going to sink this car too.
Okay.
Because I don't want to track back.
Luckily for you, the barrier has been cleared.
Makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. And you careen your car into the dark of the Thames. I will note that the rich guy, jumped out before it hit the river. Just so you know, you will not be so lucky. But you did succeed, so you're not going to get an injury for this. Because if you had just held, that would be different. And as you sort of hit the water, it's cold. It is icy cold, and you could just starts to fill in the car as it too begins to sink. Can I get a athletics from you? It's a 5. It's not bad.
You keep saying it's a 5 and it's not bad, but I keep having to come up with tricks and vans
2
to fix it. Okay.
1 more.
Oof. Can I?
You could also wait until after this roll before you decide to get an extra situation.
It's true, but that extra push is so tasty and so desirable. I think though I am going to have to forfeit it for this. Perfect 5.
Okay. You don't get the injury or anything like that. You are able to sort of like pop out of the car. No worries. You will be able to pick up this go bag before you get out.
Can I take a quick look at the body first?
Bodies.
Oh, God.
There are 4 people in that van. 2 of them, they're all dressed as paramedics. And something has happened to them. It looks like someone ripped them to pieces. And when I say ripped them to pieces, I actually mean ripped
them to
off,
pieces, yeah.
Like, what is it, the arm? That arm is not attached to the body.
Mm-hmm.
They have been dismembered through sheer force. You would guess somebody incredibly strong just ripped. It's a sense of ripping rather than cutting. It has to be very strong. You have forensic pathology. Claws seem to be involved. Some kind of strength that is not natural.
I'm going to grab that go bag and wade down the Thames rather than just get out until I'm like in a space where I feel a bit less immediately unsafe.
Yeah. And you...
Luckily, I'm not on a boat, so that's good.
Luckily. And luckily you rolled well. So you make your way to a place where you're safe. You get out. You are cold. You are wet. You are miserable. But you are not being observed.
Let's crack open this go bag. Right here, right now.
You've got some changes of clothes. It looks like a change of clothes maybe for Shevlenko that would make him look like some sort of someone else.
Mm-hmm.
You've got some changes of clothes for this person, probably, again, so that this person would maybe look not like a paramedic. And a hotel key.
A hotel key. A hotel key.
A hotel key.
Does it say what hotel?
Well, it's a key card. You would probably need some data recovery or cryptography in order to decrypt this.
I, in fact, have cryptography, but I don't have any equipment with me, so it's going to have to wait a little bit. I'm going to switch into whoever's looks the best fitting clothes.
Yes, that are not wet.
Yeah. And I'm going to find a place to like wring out the wet clothes and store them in the bag so they don't wet everything else.
And where do you go? It's late at night. Something bad happened. It turned out it didn't go well. The plan to
go
extract
figure.
him.
Who'd have thunk? Honestly,
I don't know. Who would have thought that? That's weird.
I'm going to open up my phone and I'm going to text a very old friend of mine.
Excuse me. There's a message for you on your phone.
From who?
There's a message saying, it was good to see you again. A bit of a surprise. I would love to have dinner with you tomorrow. I have an opening in my schedule. Say 3 p.m. And he sort of gives you this like little bistro that's actually quite far away from all of this place where you've been before. He just names it. You know which one it is. It's like not the full name of it, but you know which one. And then it just says F.
I was going to call him for hopefully a way out of here, because if anyone knew how to get me out of this place, it's a prince. And in fact, I am not going to do that. Okay. You know what? Actually, I might have to because I don't have network. I'm going to... Wait. I'm out of the way. I'm out of the way. I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Hmm.
I'm gonna open up. Nope.
Hmm.
How far is it to the nearest tube station? We're on the
Oh,
10.
it's
This
not
shouldn't be
far.
too far.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not far.
I'm gonna drag my tired, cold ass onto a subway
Mm-hmm.
and just
Mm-hmm.
take the tube
Yep.
to my hotel
Yep.
and hopefully try and get some sleep from this very, very rough day. That's fine.
You head off home to this hotel. Still, when you arrive, people check your badge. Nobody thinks much of it, but you can see there's some people who are drunk in the hotel bar as you make your way up to rest. A good night's sleep is what you need. Absolutely. Um, so, before we go any further, I do have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Could you tell me what your shadow score and your heat score are at this moment?
Oh, everything's 0, Trooper. I thought you knew it. It's all 0. It's all fine.
Is that right? Is that right? And do you tell me if you do anything, if you have any precautions you want to take before you go to sleep?
Okay.
That's what I would need to know. Mm-hmm.
Heat tracker is 3. Shadow
Mm-hmm.
was 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna text Albert. Had fun tonight. Went back home. So at least someone knows where I am, even though it sounds really weird. I'm gonna take everything out of this. No, I'm gonna take the wet clothes out of this go bag, clean it up a little bit, and make it look like it's my packed bag. You know. So I'm gonna take some of the clothes that Albert gave to me and put it in there, just in case someone creeps in the middle of the night and starts looking through my things, because I'm getting way too antsy. And the last precaution I'm going to do, I'm gonna pick up that mattress, and I'm gonna make sure everything I stuffed under there is still there.
It is. Let me ask you, do you wear the amulet over your head?
I tuck it into
Your
my
third eye.
hatband. I've been doing it all night.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So your shadow is now 1 rather than 2.
True. Yes. For as long as I have it on.
As long as you have it on. You go to sleep. There are things that will happen here that we can talk about, but
Taking some
I
time.
will say this before you fall asleep. When you take time, you can do things. We're going to go to day 2 of this. And the things you can do when you take time, of course, you refresh all of your abilities. That's a thing that you do. So you're going to get all of that back, because that is the good part.
Indeed.
That's the good part.
The world takes time too.
It does take time. That is true. When you take time, there's also you can do other things, right? You've got one other option. You can do 2 things when you take time. So you get your refresh, and then here are some options for you. You're not traveling, but you can change your edge masteries if you want to swap anything out. You can counter a problem. You can heal. You can sort of try to sort of reduce heat. I'm afraid that being in this hotel will not really be a way to reduce a lot of heat for you, though. So yeah, you can, if you like, swap out your edge masteries, or you can, if you had a good way to counter one of your problems, you could do that. Or try to reduce heat, or heal. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I cannot reduce heat because I'm hiding from a car chase.
Yes, you are.
I gotta wait some time for that.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
This handsome fella
Yes.
journalist and writer who turned out to be a
Yes.
prince.
Yep.
Told me he had something important to tell me. I've
Mm-hmm.
deduced at least most of what that thing he wanted to tell me was. I've kind of talked to him at this point. I've talked to
Have
him.
you though?
Like I have enough where I'm not freaking out about he must tell
Okay.
me something anymore.
Okay. Okay. I think that's fair. I think that you have probably deduced what he wanted to tell you so that you are now less freaked out. You may counter that problem, yes.
I will counter that problem. And
you could just delete it.
Bye-bye. No more -1 to cool tests. Thank goodness. I don't know if I could survive that for another episode.
Yes.
It's every single time I've rolled cool, I've rolled just the number after using every trick in the book. So no more playing about. I believe that's all I can do. I'm good with my edge masteries. I feel like I want to keep my cash and my grit.
Well, you can only do one of these things, right? You can only do one of them.
Yeah.
So you have to choose.
I've counted my problem. I'm good.
Yeah. You're about to go to sleep, and there is a knock on your door.
Bloody hell. I get up out of bed. I'm in pajamas at this point, faded like pajama lowers, and some like novelty shirt I got at the pharmacy. And I open up the door. I look through the peephole first. Is there a peephole? I'm looking through that peephole first.
There is. There's absolutely a peephole. There's a man in a suit. You don't recognize him.
Can I sense some trouble?
You don't sense any trouble like that, but this person certainly seems serious.
I kind of straighten out my all rainbows are here t-shirt, and I crack open the door. Can I help you? I've got a keynote speech in the morning, and I don't know this could be bad.
Yes, Professor
Abadi.
Yes. We wanted to just ask you a couple of questions. Sorry, my name is Special Inspector Carter. Do you mind?
Technically speaking, if you want to speak to me, I can just say no. Correct?
Well, certainly, but why would you?
I'm a British citizen trying to get to sleep. I feel like that's a good enough reason. What's this about?
Well...
And I stand in the doorway. Clearly not making a move. I'm not closing the door, but I'm not opening it either.
And you can tell there's another agent. There's a pair of them. Inspector. Sir, there's been some sort of trouble. And someone matching your description was seen somewhere where they shouldn't be. Would you mind telling us where you've been today?
Yeah, of course. I've been in here. I went to Boots. I got to the pharmacy. I went to a cafe before that to get a cuppa. That's about it. Came back here. Spent the last few hours trying to reconstruct my note. And sure enough, there is like a table full of random notes.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. I didn't actually report it. My briefcase straight up disappeared on the way here. I almost missed my flight because of it, but that was in Nairobi. Nothing you can do about that. All my notes from my keynote are just gone.
They start taking notes, and you can hear, and this Carter sort of like leans back and says something low, which you can sort of make out, and they're like, tracks, there might be some sort of identity fraud going on. And it comes back to you. All right, we'll just double check on this, of course, but thank you for letting us know about the theft. If you get any strange charges on your credit cards or anything that might have been in your in your briefcase, please let us know right away, would you?
Oh, luckily, I keep my wallet, my passport on me at all times. It just makes more sense that way. But actually, my laptop was on there. I suppose I could have some passwords. I'll call my bank in the morning.
You might. Well, I would recommend actually so that you do that right now, just in case there have been some reports. So you might want to change all of that, all of your passwords immediately.
Reports? What about? I
Uh,
mean,
well, we've been asking about. There was someone. There's been someone who was, let's say, a Grand Theft Auto, and the description we were given matches you.
oh,
But
fuck off, Grand Theft Auto. That's
yes,
I'm like, I've opened the door fully now. I'm leaning on
yep,
the side. I've got my arms crossed.
yep.
I'm the picture perfect,
Hmm.
utterly relaxed gentleman, and I'm like,
Hmm.
I'm really trying to charm them about how impressed I am
Yes,
about their
yes.
diligence. Yes,
Uh,
yes.
we figured, of course, it couldn't be you, sir, because you are, after all, here at this conference. But it is entirely possible now that you have explained to us about the uh, theft of your briefcase that there may be someone, um, well, trying to use your identity, perhaps. We'll keep our eyes open, but please
My
do
identity, but
change.
why?
Well, there's a lot of very important people at this conference, and well, we're just keeping our eyes open. We will make sure that if we hear anything, we will let you know. But please do change all of your passwords.
Of course, I'll get down to the business center place I have here and
Yes.
tippy type on a keyboard that I no longer own. Oh, should I? I look to the no pockets. Should I grab you a card or something?
Yes.
Just in case I see anything.
And he hands you, like, Special Inspector James Carter, and he hands it to you, and he's like, we're just going to keep our eyes open, but please be careful. There's well, London is sometimes a bit violent, so please take care.
Oh, actually, you know what? People say you should see something, say something.
Yes.
There are these two gentlemen earlier today. They walked into the other half, the trade
Hmm.
conference thing. Rather
Hmm.
odd looking. One was a young, rich looking white.
They're
The other one
taking
a bit
notes.
older. And neither one of them seemed to have a badge on them, as far as I can tell. So I don't know how they managed to get past security at all.
And then
It's just,
the one in the back, who's like a bit shorter, goes, "Sir, we did hear something about that." And he sort of nods, like, "Thank you." So he's very keen, because it is very clear to you that they are on high alert. They don't seem to. They know something's up, right? And they know that. And there are a lot of really important people in this hotel, and they seem to be wanting to get as much information as they can. So whatever they're trying to figure out what's going on, you know what I mean? And like, they've clearly been hearing things, but you don't get the sense that they have. When random witness accounts are like, "Oh, I saw some people," like, that kind of jumbled sort of witness statements you might get.
yeah.
So they've clearly been getting some kind of words about some people who are standing out or being strange or noticed, but they clearly don't know everything, but they're trying to piece things together, right? And the minute you said that, it seemed like they'd heard, maybe somebody had mentioned that there was somebody who was a little bit odd, and you clearly are pinging a description they've heard before, and they're making notes.
Yeah, he was with an elderly gentleman. He was wearing, and I briefly described what he was
Mm.
wearing. They were both visiting, I think, hold on, I think I have the paper somewhere. And I leave
Mm.
the door open, just
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
completely relaxed.
Yeah.
I'm calm. Uh,
Yes.
I'm reassuring,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
if I can get them to just think that they have pumped me for as
Yeah.
much information as possible
Yeah.
and do not need me anymore, all the better for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, if you need a push, do let me know. And I'm gonna quickly like grab a list of what was happening at the other conference, which I would have
Yeah.
had because I
Yeah.
attended it,
Yes.
and
Yes, indeed. Mm-hmm.
it was around this time, so I guess they were visiting this arc. It's Russian. I don't know Russian.
Ah, yes. And you attended this talk then, yes?
No, sorry, different
Ah,
conferences. We've been double
ah.
booked, believe it or not.
Yes, I know. It's been quite the challenge. Thank you, sir.
Oh,
And
let me get you my badge. Hold on. And
oh,
I like get
no
the
need, no need. It's all right. But we will be making sure, now that we know that there's some sort of trouble and you might be targeted, we'll be looking out for you, sir. And they smile, like, and thank you for your statement. And if you see anything, please let us know. Give me a call.
You don't need to look out for me, mate. I'm just a professor from Nairobi. I'm going to be going back in a couple days. I've got like nothing else, mate.
That's all right. We'll take care of you. And they sort of smile, and they sort of tip their hats, and they sort of head off. You cannot get rid of your heat, but the heat right now is that they're just watching, looking out for you at the moment, right? So you have to just be aware.
Yeah, he's real. There's a wall there. There's a wall of things are too serious to just let you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you get the sense that they are not at the moment. You're not a person of interest in terms of like, but they are going to be walking, like they're going to be about, right? You have to be a little bit more careful as you maneuver, not to raise any more suspicion or get more heat. Yes.
There's actually something that the book says I can do, where I can use a general ability as if it were an investigative ability. Yes,
you can.
I'm going to use evasion as an investigative ability. Can you give me a good idea of how to avoid them in the future?
It's going to have to be, you're going to have to watch out when you're in public. And you're going to want to sort of think about, this is also streetwise. If you can, you're not going to be able to do it tonight, but maybe the next time you take time, you might be able to give them a couple more things to sort of like move them off, right? You set the, what's the word? You set the stage. You set yourself up so that probably tomorrow or a little bit later, you'll be able to maybe come back up to them and you might be able to push them off, but you'll probably have to, you're gonna have to let them do a little bit more of you're thinking they're going to follow up on your story. And once they follow up on your story, you can probably get back to them and that'll probably get you out of being a person of interest would be the best way to put it. Yeah. You head off to sleep then?
The very fitful one, I imagine.
Yeah.
Actually, before I go to sleep, I just take a second, stretch out, and I pull out that copy of Dracula that's been in the back of my brain. And I'm just going to try and see if I can look at the handwriting, the handwriting I recognize, the handwriting from the psychiatrist that lives in my head.
Yes.
And I'm going to just see if I can try and copy it just a little. Practice it. Not doing anything just yet. Just practicing as I'm reading through, and it's all leaving my head as soon as I read through it, probably.
Yeah.
I'm trying to create a facsimile of his writing for him. That's what I'm doing before bed. Calming myself down.
Yeah. You find yourself waking up. You were doing that and you sort of must have dozed off. And in front of you is the writing that you've been practicing. But that is not what woke you up. Do you have forgery, by the way?
I do not. No.
Okay,
I'm not good at this.
You're not good at it, but I mean, you might be in the future.
Who knows?
But you wake up and there's like, you see this sort of like cramped writing that you're transcribing these notes, but the notes that you see don't make any sense. They're letters that look like sentences, but they don't make sense, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like letters. But that wasn't what woke you up.
Of course not.
No. What woke you up was a sense of you being watched.
Right.
Like, eyes. I think it's, by the window. But you're on a upper floor. Not one of the top ones. That's where all the very rich people go. But there's like a little scritching at your window.
I toss and turn. My eyes are wide open, but I'm looking purposefully away from the window. I can't let it know that I know. I can't do that. I'm I'm looking away.
Just a little.
I'm looking at the wall.
Scritch.
I'm studying.
Scritch.
I'm studying the paint. It looks like
Scritch.
maybe it needs a bit of a refresh. Maybe there's a stain just in between those two bumps of paint. You know how paint just forms little bumps in the wall. It's the most fascinating thing in the world right now. Go away.
After a while,
Go away.
it seems to go away. Maybe you were dreaming it, and you awaken day 2. It's a bright, crisp winter morning on day 2 of the conference.
I'm going to dress well. And now I will look at that window.
Somebody or something has scratched something into the window. This is bulletproof glass, and this is like good expensive hotel glass. And it just looks like somebody is scratched in with little tiny little claws. I see you. By the way, you're 3 or 4 stories up? There's no way to get up here to where your window is. You don't have a balcony or anything.
This is the worst day. This is day 2. It's not the worst day yet. Actually, it already is. No, we're already there. That's the worst thing that could happen. And I close the blinds just a little bit. And I make a mental note that if there's any fucking room in this hotel, I'm going to get them to switch my room. I am not going to... I cannot do this another night. And I pack everything, absolutely everything, inside either one of those dry cleaning bags that they hang up, or this go bag that I now have. I dress well. I get ready for a keynote speech. Half of it's gone from my head.
What is your shadow score, by the way? 2,
Just
right?
Just 2. Yeah. Just 2.
From the book. And also, so you have 2. Here's the thing here, my friend.
Oh, no.
It sounds to me as if you are taking time. Moving your room is a taking time move, my friend.
Yes.
So, not the one on Bram Stoker's Dracula, but the annotated Dracul. I'll rename. I will rename that for you. Moving rooms makes you able to remove yourself of that shadow. I have to.
Yeah. Moving routes will mean that I remove myself of that shadow. Yeah.
You've switched rooms, which means you're going to throw them off a little bit. So that one shadow that's under annotated Dracul is gone.
Gotcha.
You just have the one from the book itself.
Because I cannot avoid that fucking thing.
Because you took time. Now, you could also take time again if you wanted to get rid of that car chase heat because you've set yourself up. They've probably done their due diligence, but that does also mean that you are taking time. And things keep happening while you're gone.
I've noticed. And I still have a keynote speech to get to.
You
which
do,
is just
as a matter
after
of
lunch.
Fact. It is, as a matter of fact.
I make a note to myself that I will call the coppers after giving my address. And I look myself in the mirror and I judge my appearance a little bit. And I ask myself, what the hell have I gotten myself into? And why are so many bloody people dead? And I place around the correct badge, the professor's badge. I put the professor's passport in my pocket. I keep the other
Hmm.
one in my shoe because I'm getting even more suspicious of everything now. And I head out. Just a guy going to a conference, invited naturally. Very excited to be there.
By the way, you would have been able to get the information from that hotel key card last night if you wished, because you do have those skills. You just needed to be able to get into a place where you have your stuff.
I think I would have. I think that this morning, actually, while I was like, they're sorting out getting me from room to room, I've got like I've got my phone out, I've got the key card out, I've got a little reader out, and I'm just checking my numbers and seeing what this thing actually is supposed to unlock or be used for.
You have the newspaper in front of your door, the morning paper. It's a service that they provide.
Okay. What's on the front page?
Well, first off, I will note that it's the Hotel Central, which is a hotel here in London. You don't know it, which means it's not a big hotel, right? It's not something particularly impressive or special. You can find it pretty easily. It's for a room 204, the Hotel Central, which is not close to here. It's sort of like not in the area. Out of the way, not in the area. Okay, nondescript sort of hotel. The newspaper doesn't have it. Well, I'm sorry. Let me just ask you, how much are you going through this newspaper before you go to your talk? I mean, you do have a little bit of time for lunch. I just want to know if you're going to go through the paper or not. I don't know, you know.
When you say it like that, it really is tempting, but I'm also freaked out enough. I think I'm just looking at the first page and maybe the crossword. If there is a crossword.
Of course there's a crossword.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you're not looking anywhere else in the paper. Just the front page and the crossword.
What's the entertainment section? Like, is it did so-and-so date another so-and-so? Is that what's going on? Big exciting news?
Well, because if you are looking at more than just the crossword and the front page, I could tell you about that sort of a thing.
I get suckered in. I get suckered in, Trooper. You win. I open up the paper.
Which would you like first? Which would you like first?
Yeah.
Would you like the crossword? Would you like the society pages? Because you said it. Or would you like the other parts of the first few pages?
Well, let's do the society pages first. Everyone loves those, right?
Yes. There is a photograph. Because your fault. You're the one who said you're looking at society pages. So I blame you. There's a photograph of a young man. And he has got a woman on his arm who is beautiful, dark black hair, dark eyes, pale, and he is wearing a very expensive and sort of a flashy suit.
Fuck.
And this is like a paparazzi sort of photograph. It was clearly taking place at like a nightclub last night. And it's just like mentioning who's at this sort of big party. Cause like, there are a lot of sort of like young, like exciting, hot people who are in town. And there's just like a little mention of this fellow, Simon Thornriddell, who is European. He's well known to be like a Hungarian, sort of like the son of like a Hungarian, really, really rich family. And there are not a lot of, and the thing is, as you're sort of looking, it's this kind of a funny thing where you can't actually see him very clearly in the photograph. It looks like the photographer took a very, very blurry photo. And like, it's just like a bad photo. You can't hardly make him out. It's like the flash. There was going to be a flash that got in the way and you can't really make him out particularly well. nobody else could really see his face, and you can't really see his face either, but you know his suit, right?
Listen, I have seen many a man. You
Mm.
don't need to know their face to know it's them.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
And that's exactly what you think. And there's just this little story about him being in town. What's odd, of course, is that this is not a good photograph, and you probably should not have put it in the paper. Maybe they didn't realize that it didn't come out well. Perhaps. But he apparently, there was just like a little side note in the society pages about him and the date he's with. They don't really know who there's the person who's doing the story doesn't know who this person is, but they're just like, with date is what they say. And there are other sort of like rich socialites also in this photograph coming in and out, and he's just amongst many that are sort of mentioned as being sort of like European rich people. Somebody from Monaco, like there's like a group of them, and he's in there, but you can't actually see his face.
Of course,
But
it's
Simon
Monaco.
Thornriddell, yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's the society pages.
Hobbies like being an equestrian, racing,
Mm.
betting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know the type.
Yes.
Great. What's the crossword like, Trooper?
You're still avoiding those first couple of pages. That's cool. The crossword has been filled in.
The first couple pages are all going to be like a new hospital opening. It's of course every time I try to avoid. Yeah, filled in with the wrong words. I'm guessing.
Yes, it's Carpenter.
Oh, thank God.
Just says, you have to put it together because all the words are out, right? Stables empty, lots of blood, no bodies. You have cryptography. You're putting it together because it's not put in a way that like you would necessarily read it. And then it says, meet up tonight. Same place.
Two men vying for my attention. Great.
Mm.
In fact, this is how I switch hotels. I take the message, I take the crossword page, and I rip it up and I stuff it in the toilet and let it overflow.
Mm-hmm.
That's for later. Go ahead. Tell me what's on the front few pages.
Nothing really. I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
wouldn't
what I
worry
thought.
about it. Yeah, just a murder, but that's cool. Anyway. Oh, it there was like a story about a prostitute found dead in an alley. No ID. No one knows it. Like the police are investigating. Dark hair, dark eyes, sort of pale. No identification. Probably a sex worker found with no blood in her body.
I switch back to the society pages just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Simon Thornriddell, right?
Mm-hmm.
And friend? Friend have named?
And no, they didn't know who the friend was.
And if I were to compare them side by side, the description to the face
Could be.
match. Yeah.
Could be. Yeah. Could be.
Great. It's a great day. This is a fun day. Love this day. All right. My hotel room's slowly flooding. I'm going to go and get myself a new hotel room. I'm going to eat some lunch.
Sir, excuse me, Professor Abadi.
Yeah.
When you go to get your new room, So sorry. I hope you don't mind. We've gotten a few things for you. Have come in messages, and the person at receptionist hands you like a small little like there's like a two envelopes just waiting for you.
Oh, all right. And I like pull out a key and I open them up. What do we got?
One, your new badge,
Oh,
because you had
fantastic.
asked, right, to get that done. I wouldn't
Wait,
worry
no,
about
that's
that.
for a
The new
different
badge.
name. That's for a
Uh,
different name. That's for Osmond.
well, it is, but it was sort of tucked in this envelope so that there's like a. It's clear that probably it was routed through Carpenter, who's able to get it over to you.
Gotcha.
And there's probably another badge waiting for Osmond that is just waiting there, but Carpenter got you a badge as well.
Gotcha.
There's probably another badge out there that's not yet picked up, but there's also a second envelope.
I indeed, in turn, as I walk out to go find a place to eat, crack it open.
It's an invitation.
Oh no. That's where the tux comes in. Yes, an invitation.
Well, I don't think Carpenter knows about this particular invitation, but there's an invitation for you. And there's a little note, and it says, Illyaz, I know it's been hectic, and I'm hoping to see you tonight, but I did hope that you might accompany me to the opera on the last night of the conference. I have a second ticket, and you can join me in my box. It's very exclusive, and I have made, and like you can tell it's a little bit halting, like you joining me would not raise any eyebrows, as you are, after all, a professor. But please be my guest at the opera.
Faisal, you've been literally raised to do this. How are you so bad? I take the opera ticket and I shove it somewhere.
Do you want to know what the opera is?
Of course I do. It's the first thing I look
Do
at.
you? Do you?
Trooper, nothing would please me more.
It's an opera by Heinrich Marschner, and it's from 1828. And it is called Der Vampir. And when you look at the tickets, you get the sense that all of the convention delegates have been invited. That's why he has this extra ticket, and why you probably couldn't get in otherwise.
Yeah. Nope, that makes sense.
All
God
the delegates
forbid
are invited.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a theme. It's a theme night. It's what it is. It's great. Love this. It's fantastic.
Yes. Yes. Tell me. About your talk. I would like to paint the picture. It is shortly after noon, and you are at a podium at this hotel full of delegates and academics, about to give a talk. Somewhere out there in London, someone killed a young woman and drained her of blood. Somewhere out there in London, there is a van with the body parts of 4 CIA agents who are trying to extract someone who wanted to defect. Somewhere out there in London, that person who wanted to defect has not been able to. And is, who knows what they're doing now, most likely, being guarded pretty heavily, I guess. I wonder what information they have and what will happen next. Somewhere out there, there is a a carpenter who wants to have a conversation with you about what happened as soon as possible. There are police on the lookout for some suspicious people. There's the Bratva, who are spying. There is a rich European socialite
Who sees me?
Who sees you, and a young prince from the House of Al-Saud, who has invited you to an opera that all the delegates of this trade conference have gotten tickets to. Tell me about your talk.
Some people would say that the dawning of civilization started right here in Mesopotamia. Small villages where people first got together only for around 6 months out of the year. Fast forward, we reach a grand empire that would end only shortly before the beginning of the Common Era. That's after the death of Christ, for those of you who remember the old days.
A young man slips into the back. You notice he's dressed well, but incognito. It's Faisal, not in Prince Drag, but just slipping into a conference he's supposed to perhaps not be at, to hear this talk.
Throughout the entirety of what we now call the Middle East, Central Asia, this little rock, once called sapphire, is found everywhere. Sacred items in the houses of kings, even where they're buried. And throughout Egypt, all the way to India, this little gem came from one place and one place only, right there in the Indus Valley. We tend to think of all these things in isolation. Mesopotamia came here. Egypt came there. The Indus Valley rose and fell as the world dried out. But this rock proves different. This necklace, there's a slide of this necklace. This necklace was mined in Afghanistan and made its way through Egypt to Greece. We're going to chart its journey today. And in that time, we're going to learn a lot about what it meant to trade all the way back then, when half the world was completely unknown to most. Let's start. And he goes through slide by slide, talking about what it would take to get this small gemstone out of a wall, out of a mine, and how it would have to be fashioned and cut into pieces to be transported all the way to the city of Ur. And from there, it would be traded down to Egypt, who would have no idea that it didn't come from Mesopotamia. This stone, this blue stone that connected the heavens and gold together. It would be fashioned into a necklace and made to the Greeks. Mycenae would find this necklace, trade it towards them from Egypt, a gesture of friendship. This necklace, this gem, having traveled this long way. And even then, things didn't change. Referencing Pliny the Elder, who talked about an opaque stone glittering with gold. Going further into the future and talking about how at one point, in the most ancient form of Judaism, this stone was practically sacred because it connected the sky to the heavens. That this one stone represents so much history and so much culture. It's not just pretty to look at. And more importantly, it represents how this world is a lot smaller than we give it credit for. And in fact, there are things that are older than we even understand, watching us as this one necklace was fashioned and sent halfway across the known world. There's a point at which he looks at Faisal in the audience. Truth is, I don't know much about this necklace. No one does. This time was written before history. So maybe it was for trade. Maybe it was just a gift to a king or a queen. Maybe it was for a lover, separated by time and space. Maybe it meant something to someone. Today is just history. But even old history can be dug up. And a lot of it refuses to stay buried. After all, that's why we're here, right? And then the mood shifts suddenly. We're here to talk about how history and the modern day aren't that different. It's not where the talk ends, but it's where the important bits end. As he goes on to thank the various people that brought him here, and he references old professors and older students. He talks about the history of Mesopotamia at large, and how the Assyrians came from practically nothing to rule 4 different empires. But the important bits are represented in that stone. That stone that, ironically enough, shares a law with some minerals that were talked about just the day before in a room just across the hall.
You are speaking and you're in your element. This is what you do. It's strange you never got that permanent position when you do such a good job. And you have so much knowledge in your mind. And it's always weird how knowledge sometimes just needs the right context or connections. If I recall, you have art history, do you not?
I don't.
You
Just
do
history.
not.
Regular
Interesting. History. There's just
I have
something.
archaeology, architecture, history. That's roughly it. I almost took art history, darn.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Have you ever been to the opera here in London?
Yeah, it was a really bad date.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Happens. She was nice, but like no sparks.
The Royal Opera House. Let me ask you another question. How often do you go to museums?
Trooper, how often do I go to museums? I worked in museums.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Have you been to the Museum of Art History here
Probably
in London?
once or twice. I worked mostly. I tempted the British Museum, but I visited the Art History Museum a couple times. That might have been another bad day, come to think of it.
Probably.
He's got a lot.
It's weird when you've got these things on your mind, you know? Oh gosh, what was it? It's that guy. Right when you're sort of talking about history, the connection between the present and the past. You know? You remember something. You don't have art history, so there's details you do not know, although you might find someone who does. But you remember seeing a painting. A painting maybe it was a painting of a young nobleman embracing a woman in front of a mansion, and the mansion was on fire. And the young woman, because you were thinking about like the dead prostitute, the young woman had dark hair and dark eyes, pale. I think it was Hungarian, maybe?
That keeps coming up.
The young nobleman, though, looked a lot like Simon Thornriddle. A lot like him, as a matter of fact. It was moved to the London. It was originally hung up in the Opera House in Vienna, is what you remember hearing about it. And then it was moved here to the Museum of Art History in London. You know how the British are. They like to acquire things. Put them in museums.
So busy acquiring.
Yes. You don't know much about the painting. You'd have to find an expert. But it was, if you remember now, the paintings here in London, there were other parts of the painting. You'd have to see it again to sort of get the details. But you remember that he looked like Simon Thonriddle, and she sort of matched the description of the dead woman. And you remember the name of the painting. The painting is from the 19th century, sometime in the 1800s somewhere. And the name of the painting was The House of Ashes.
He doesn't remember ending his talk at all. At some point, he gets off that podium because half his mind is bullshitting from his notes, and the other half remembers what he wanted to say. But the reality is his actual prefrontal cortex, the actual emphasis on his head, is to that image. He's trying to separate it from, you know, where his hands were and what he was doing, and instead focus on the image itself. And then feels like something's heavy in his pocket, and he looks down. There's a small amulet there. Small hand of Fatima. It all keeps coming back to Hungary, doesn't it? And by that point, he's off the podium. He doesn't notice if anyone's even looking at him, talking to him, clapping. He's just got the amulet in his hand. He's staring at the door. And he's wondering, what if these two figures are connected? What if there's a through line through Hungary?
The amulet's warm in your touch. To keep you safe.
One would hope.
But you have his name, this young man who you saw scaling the side of a building like a gecko. You get the sense that he's a delegate here, or at least he's attending the conference somewhere, somehow. With that strange man, the decoy, just in case.
And that one night he killed 5 people and walked on walls.
Yeah.
Like Spider-Man.
You won't forget his face or the face of the other man with him. Or the face of the woman. Heart-shaped faced. Like a heart-shaped face. Dark eyes. Dark hair. The woman in the painting was not the same woman, but the same type.
Because of course it is.
Yes. Well, perhaps next week you'll have to look into it.
Maybe it's time the archaeologist actually goes to a museum, yeah?
Indeed. You have a key card to a nondescript hotel that the CIA agents had in their possession before they were all murdered. You have a museum that has a painting that maybe does not belong to it. Well, it got it. You know how the British are. They get things in various moments.
It's in the museum, so they must have the rights to it. You know,
Absolutely.
back in the day, there were laws, and those laws said that looting was fine.
Yeah, and acquiring, you know? You have someone who had information, important information that they were feeding to the CIA in order to help get got out of this situation. But
Who I have an appointment with at 5 at the embassy.
You do. And that fellow's, what's the word? Cavalry seems to have been murdered. Awkward. Well, I wonder what he knows.
And I got a date with Carpenter, and I got a date with a prince.
You do. You do. Well, my friend, that is before. You know? A prince, a carpenter, and then an ex-Soviet agent with secrets.
They walk into a bar, and who the hell knows who's going to come out.
My friends, that is our session for today. Wah!
Not dead yet.
Not dead yet. If you had gone into that barn, you might be.
No, I wouldn't be. I'd just be walking dead.
Yeah, you would be.
I got one more session.
Yeah. The problem card for that would have been real bad, but you might have been able to make an 11. So, you know.
An 11 in what?
Fighting to advance out of that.
It's theoretically possible that because you can stunt and get a problem card. You can get up to 4 dice.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
Yeah. So it's theoretically I don't know if it's probable, but it is certainly possible.
Yep. Yeah. Ooh. Well, you have a couple of leads at this moment. You've got a doctor that you know that he goes to get some sort of privacy. You have a missing CIA agent, the 5th agent, who was there for cleanup, but probably was not going to be able to do a lot of cleanup. You have got a young European dude. You've got gentleman. You've got an opera. You have got a mission that went real bad, surprisingly, shockingly. And you've got the Bratva, who have been also surveilling these things.
If we all trusted each other, we could just easily compare notes.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, none of us do.
Yeah. If you recall, they were talking about an important outside person coming in who needed a special delivery.
I do. I remember that. I have it written down.
Yeah. Well, you'll have to talk to Carpenter and the prince, who is going to try to make some excuses. It'll be fine. But you do have a new room, by the way. So that's good.
Is it nicer?
Yeah. I mean, it's about the same, but it's not on the same side of the hotel. So somebody knows you. That's fun.
It doesn't have the words "I see you" written in it, so that's nicer.
No, because you've moved rooms, so it is nicer. For now.
That's gonna be fun for somebody else to look at. Oh, and you forgot something. And I have the police looking for someone matching my description who was involved in a car chase.
Yeah, that is correct. You do.
All right. Great place to start off.
Yeah. So next Friday, we're going to have our finale for this adventure. Some of the other ones were a lot more run and gun shooty. This one is a lot more like
thinky.
Cold War. I don't know how you're going to get this guy out because his minders are now on high alert. Let's just say that, because somebody tried to murder and kidnap him. So, they're a little.
So sometimes you don't need the guy. You just need what he knows.
Yeah. Whether or not you can get him to tell you until he gets to safety is another question altogether. So there's that. But you'll be talking to him tomorrow.
Sure.
And we'll be coming back to you next week. My friends, if you would, could you tell me who you are and where can we find you next while I go to pick up to see if we have any, and I'll give you that quote, by the way, from the travelogue guy.
Yes, please do.
If we have any messages.
Well, you could see me next week on Friday, where we'll be doing all of this again, and desperately hoping my guy survives. Because guess what? I don't have a backup character. Nope, no backup. If I die, I die. And who knows if I'll get invited back again to this channel, to this game,
ever
to
the world.
Yeah, no. If I die in the game, I die in real life. That's how this works.
Yeah, it's like one of those Korean horror films. It's how it works. Yeah.
It's exactly how it is. And you should always play a tabletop game that makes you deathly afraid to go to sleep in real life. It'll end well for you. That's it. That's the next place you can find me here. But once September is over, you'll be able to find me some places in October and November. I just can't talk much about them yet. But here's a secret. Next week, not only will I have some news for you, but I'm going to pretend to know what character I'm playing, because we're going to pre-record it, because I've got work, and technically I have a whole like session 0 that comes after the pre-record, but before you see it, it's going to be a whole thing. So I'm going to pretend to know what my character is and try and convince you that I do. Do remember that I'm lying. That's how I'll know that you were here today. But I'll try and pop in on chat. You will see me on the Wandering DMs channel in October. You will see me on Game Master Monday on Mondays in November. And I think they're going to have a podcast version of that too. I'll have more information when I have more information, which means the best place to see me is on Bluesky, where it's the only social media I still use. That and the Discord, our Discord. On that note, you have to do something that's very important, Trooper, and I've got to share some love.
Oh. Oh, wait. He froze on me. Oh, no. The question I have to ask is he frozen or am I frozen? Let me see. Oh, you're back. You're back. Wait, you're gone. Wait, no, you're back. Wait.
Oh, I'm back. You're back. But here's the thing, I cannot hear you. So.
Oh, okay.
Because
you're not in you're not in video.
Too bad. So sad. I'll try and rejoin the call after I give some love to Trooper, who cannot hear. You can hear me, I think. That's great.
Yes.
Can hear me. That's fine. Technical issues abound with this game. The vampires must be after us. So some love to Trooper. There's a lot of research that went into this game. Just a lot. We're talking about maybe, 20 windows worth. And I just appreciate that returning back after about a year of taking this off, I got gifts handed to me like you wouldn't believe. Just endless amounts of amazing information and amazing game work that makes this exciting to play. I think my most exciting part about this is the fact that throughout it all, there's just this undercurrent of feeding me enough information so that I think I know what's happening, while at the same time making me regret ever knowing anything to begin with. Like, the balance is handled very beautifully. The newspaper was a dead giveaway. That's all for me. That's my love. I can't hear Trooper, but Trooper's going to say something nice about me, I'm assuming. Regardless, where can we find you, Trooper? I know where you're going to find you. I don't need to hear that bit. Hi.
Thank you. I am Trooper. Before I say where you can find me, I am going to read off our messages. We did get some bits, and I would like to thank Hawkeye, who's so lovely, who donated 500 bits with this message. Another meeting with the Saracen. Will he be able to give his keynote address? Will he figure out who punched his ticket? Or will his existence be revoked? Let the suspense be invoked. Wow. Thank you so much, Hawkeye. That is very much appreciated. All of your donations help us survive and help us do this, so thank you. I am TrooperSJP, and I want to say thank you for being here. I think we had a couple of different ideas for titles, which I'm going to look through in our chat to see what they are. Haha, he's back. Yes. And it was, I will give my love first. I adore, and I know what I need to do right now, this second. Hold on. Perfect. I would just like to say that I just noise suppressed you. I adore playing with Werewolf because he is so smart, and I love the way he like goes about his intel. And I like how each one of our agents goes about their intel in a different way, and it makes me very happy. And you know, it just kind of sucks when more than one person wants the same thing, and that same thing might be the same person. And you know, we'll see what happens because you know. But I want to give my special love to Werewolf for, like, you know, setting up himself for success later. He won't take all the time right now, but he will take it later. And I also appreciate him having a character whose background is so well thought out that I was like, okay, he may not have art history, which means he doesn't know the details of this painting, but I know that he's probably seen this painting, right? You know, like somebody who's so well drawn that I know which things that he would have sort of triggered in his mind in those moments. So that's really good. I also have there are other things in minds that may be triggered, depending on what happens and where he goes when we finish it up next week, which I cannot. It's going to be pre-recorded, but I will be there live to chat with you, and I'm excited for it because this will be, you know, a big deal. So, where you can find me today is Friday. The next RPG you will find me in is actually, I don't know if we have. I don't think we actually have the Lords of Gossamer and Shadow next week. We don't, because we're taking a break because of conferences. So you won't find me there. What you will find me is having a secret recording session with Werewolf, but you won't be there for that. So, but that will be what I'm doing. However, you can find me on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern / yes. I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. For Draconim, we're doing a 3-shot. We're going to try to rescue a friend of ours who was put in prison from a bad prison. And so that's a 3-shot, and you should come and see us there on Table Story. That'll be on Wednesday, and I will update my schedule for it. And then next Friday will be the finale of this lovely, amazing 3-shot, Out of the House of Ashes. And the week after that will be Microscope. I will announce the cast once we get done with this, but it'll be a good time. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern, which means I need to change this on my calendar to make sure that it is 10 a.m. Pacific.
It's 4 p.m. Eastern on your advert.
Oh, good. So then I'm right. It is 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Perfect. Who wants to get up that early anyway? You can find me tomorrow, by the way, playing Heaven's Vault. But this is going to be very good. Very good indeed. I want to find out what's going to happen. And I wonder, you know, how much our professor is going to learn, what secrets he will learn, whether or not he will, you know, redacted, or we're not able to deal with redacted, and find out about redacted before redacted happens, because, you know, yep, we're on day 2 of 4 days, and I'll be asking my dearest werewolf, well, you've got some free time, what do you want to research before other things happen? You know, that's all. That's me. That's where you'll find me. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And before we go, I just want to see if we have anybody to raid. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for putting up any sort of title suggestions, which I will go through and look at. Also, there was something else that there was another also. The other also was, I don't remember, but it was going to be good, I'm sure. Maybe it wasn't. I can't say for 100%, but I am seeing some RPGs being played. Let's go and check out the Lollygaggers, who are doing the Magnus Archives. So we're going to go and raid them. So let's give them love and take care of yourselves, everybody. And thank you everybody for watching, and thank you to Werewolf for being here. And I can't wait for the badness next week. And by the badness, I mean the goodness.
The goodness. Yeah.
The goodness. Thank you, everybody, and take care of yourselves. And don't forget to go and take care of our folks with our raid. Bye, everybody.